Welcome to day 2 of GamesBeat Summit 2020 online. I'm Gina.
Registered for free access, you are all set. Just watch it. But for those who have paid tickets, me and you, how to attend the GamesBeat Summit digital event coming on April 28th, 29th, 2020. Let's get the year right, since this might be posted on the internet for a while. We are going to show you how to get the most out of our event. We have you covered. We know this is an online-only world, and it's all new to everybody. The first thing you will get is an email from us that will say important information, GamesBeat Summit in the subject line. This will have your information for attending the event. You'll also receive a Slack chat link as well. If you aren't familiar with Zoom or Slack, please download them ahead of time and try to familiarize yourself with how they work. Zoom is for joining groups where you can watch a speaker on video, and Slack is for typing chat messages to others or asking questions of speakers and other people. You'll notice we run some polls throughout the 2 days on Zoom. It's one more way for attendees to participate in the conference. And here's Rob Lee, who will tell us a bit more about logging in on Zoom.
Thank you, Dean. GamesBeat has multiple stages. We've got the Boss and the Hero Zoom webinar stages, and those do require registration. Then we have a Boss and Hero offstage Q&A Zoom room where you can ask questions of the panelists after they leave the main stages. And additionally, we have roundtable Zoom breakout rooms. The GamesBeat show days are April 28 and 29, Tuesday, Wednesday. And on the Boss and Hero stages, you will log in as a view-only attendee with limited controls. You can adjust your audio settings in the lower left corner. Most of you have probably used Zoom, but if you haven't, go download it from zoom.us, check for some updates, restart your computer, and then you want to test your video, speaker, microphone, and internet. When you go into the Zoom profile settings page, you can adjust your profile name. It's located there, and if it's not displaying the correct name, go ahead and edit your profile to update it. While you're in the settings panel, check the Zoom video settings and make sure that your camera is showing up. So if you want to go into one of the Q&A rooms, you know your video is working. Make sure the height of the laptop is at eye level. Check your lighting, make sure there's no backlight and you have some good front light. Clean up your background or use a virtual background. And when talking, try to look directly at the camera. Also in the settings panel is an audio settings page, and you can test your speaker here and your microphone to make sure everything's working before you connect. Now, when you want to go to a different room, just click Leave Meeting in the lower right corner, and you will be redirected to a page with some links on it so you can join the Boss, Hero, or the Q&A appropriate rooms. So for Q&A offstage, they will be different URLs. You can join the Q&A Zoom room immediately after the presentation. And you can send your questions in the chat window or turn on your camera and just ask questions of the panelists and participate in our group discussion. Now, Q&A on the Boss and Hero stage, time permitting, the presenters will take live Q&A. You will need to send your questions through Slack. And Ben Ilfeld is here to demonstrate how to use Slack next.
Thanks, Rob. Dean, I'm super excited to show you guys a little bit about our Slack channels. They should be pretty straightforward if you understand Slack, if you've used it before. If you haven't, definitely familiarize yourself. There are a lot of free tutorials and such on YouTube and other locations. So when you get your Slack link, it'll look a lot like this. It'll be a very simple, they call it a magic link, one click to join now. You'll be asked to put in your full name if it's not already there, create a password, and just create an account. And then Slack can open right here in your browser window. So you're ready to go. There are built-in tutorials. You might want to add a photo to your profile. You may want to turn on notifications. And of course, if you've downloaded Slack in advance, this will open up in a dedicated Slack app. Slack's also available for your phone or your tablet if you don't want to use your screen real estate and you want to focus on full screen video for those Zoom webinars or Zoom chats. And then right here on the left, I just want to help familiarize you with the type of channels you're going to see. There's a general channel. That's for general conversations. You're going to see a lot going back and forth there. Same with the random channel. People putting in crazy things. I totally understand that. Probably most important for everybody here is the help and tech channel. If you have questions during the summit, you're having technical issues with Zoom, you're having technical issues with Slack, anything, just come to the help tech channel. There'll be people during the summit to help you out there. So this is your one go-to stop for any kind of technical needs and questions. Also important, the Boss Stage and the Hero Stage. These are our two main stages. So as you're watching the webinar, this is where the most discussion is going to be going on that relates to each of those stages. And that includes Q&A on the stages. So while the speaker's talking, if they have time to take Q&A right after they finish their presentation on the Boss or Hero stage, the questions that the moderator is going to draw from are questions in these two Slack channels. That's important. These two Slack channels are going to handle when people are on the main stages so the moderator can forward those questions onto the presenters. But once a presenter leaves the stage, we're going to have, as Rob said, these two dedicated Zoom rooms where you can actually ask questions and have a little bit more lively conversation with the presenter. Think of it as analogous to a presenter leaving a physical stage, and sometimes there's a scrum of people who just have more questions that couldn't be gotten to. So those types of questions, if the presenter has time, will be handled in a separate video chat, and you won't need to use these two channels. These two channels are for the discussion that's going on of the active presenter on the Boss or Hero stage and questions for that active presenter if they have time to handle those afterwards. There are also going to be really interesting channels popping up. You'll see them for each of our sponsors, kind of expo areas. There'll be investors, developers, places for different types of people. If you're a VIP or you're part of a private group that's attending, then you're going to see some private channels. You'll also see those right here in the left-hand channel spot. And with Slack, you can direct message people. So if someone says something interesting, you can simply pop this open and direct message someone that you find really interesting. So just understand that Slack is all about an asynchronous experience. Not everyone's paying attention at the same time. If you Slack, say, a presenter while they're presenting, they're probably not going to pay attention. And a lot of people are just going to be in and out, busy, just like a real conference, leaving and coming and on phone calls with other people. So be respectful of everyone's time. Understand that oftentimes direct messages or at replies and things like that may not, go answered that day. You may have to wait a couple days. One of the cool things about GamesBeat Summit this year is that this Slack experience is going to live on beyond the summit, at least for a month. So we've got time to have those conversations. They don't all have to happen day of, minute of. So just be respectful of people's time. Also, we're going to do our best at VentureBeat and to connect people who really should know each other. So you may see a message from someone at VentureBeat and someone else you don't know, and kind of telling you guys why you should know each other and to have a chat when you guys have that opportunity. And if you really feel strongly and both parties want to, you can also have a video call or a phone call right through this platform. So just to give you a quick understanding what that might look like, if I wanted to talk to Dean, I might go, I can message him right here, not a problem. And I can click right up here to call Dean. Of course, he doesn't have to answer. So again, remember, everything here is it's something where we've got a really cool, high-touch, great opportunity for networking in Slack. Just understand that not everybody's going to be paying attention at every time. So be patient and understanding of people's times.
Great. Thanks, Ben. So I've got some questions. Hopefully you can answer some of these too. So if I'm in Zoom and Slack on the day of the event, how do I find out which talk I want to watch next?
That is a great question, Dean. I better share my screen again.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, we did publish on Sunday the full and final agenda for the event, so you can find a VentureBeat story that actually gives you that whole agenda to look at. But Ben's showing one other way here too.
Yeah, thanks, Dean. So yeah, this is really easy to get to. We've got a GamesBeat website. Now right here, the very first menu item is agenda. Again, 2 days, 100 speakers, lots to take in. You'll definitely want to plan ahead. We've got the 2 stages here, Boss and Hero. And as you go down, you'll see what's going on in Boss, what's going on in Hero. It's color-coded, super clean, super easy to understand. This runs through those 2 days. As Dean said, you can't miss it. If you even just Google GamesBeat 2020 agenda, you're going to find this page. You'll find the story that Dean posted. Everything's up to date. Everything's aligned. So should be no problem kind of understanding who's speaking when.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And another one is if I bought a ticket or I have a VIP or a VIP pass or a speaker pass, what additional benefits am I getting?
Yeah, that's a great question, Dean. There are some private Zoom rooms that are for discussions during some kind of early morning or lunch times that go along with those passes. So look for those links as well in your email inbox. Mm-hmm. And then back on Slack, I'm just a test account here, so I can't see anything special, but there will be a little lock instead of a hashtag next to private rooms that you've been bumped into. So for VIPs or folks joining specific kind of limited group events, those limited group events are going to have conversations that can live on, again, past the individual Zoom meeting or the event, and they can actually continue having those conversations amongst themselves in those groups, in a private way. And the way to distinguish between a public channel and a private channel is public channels will generally have this hashtag, and private channels will have a little lock next to the channel name.
I wanted to add to one of the newer sort of benefits for those ticket holders is they can also go to the reception starting at 5:30 p.m. on day 1, April 28th, and we'll have our Visionary Awards there, a presentation of our awards for the sort of most visionary person, and then an up-and-comer person as well. And then after that, we're going to have Josh Sway, the director of the documentary Insert Coin, about the history of Midway games. And he's going to say a few words, and then we're going to go right into an excerpt screening of about 13 minutes of the film. And it's sort of the first time he's showing that to any audience. So you can then watch that. You can watch it either on hero.live, HEARO.live, or you can also, and you can do audio chat in the Hero Live virtual theater. And you can also watch it in virtual reality on Oculus venues. So look for that particular information that we'll be sharing in Slack as well, and how to do that. So those are a couple of sort of things that are unique to the paid attendees here. I have other questions here, like how do I attend the roundtables? These ones start at 12:15 p.m. on day 1 and 12:30 p.m. on day 2. I think the attendance is going to be limited to about 20 per person. They're also going to be off the record by default, but please remember this is the internet and recording can happen. But yeah, how do we get to these roundtables?
You would just click Leave Meeting in the lower right corner of your Zoom window, and you'll be redirected to that one page that'll have all the different links. And on there, you'll see roundtable ones. We won't open them up until 12:15 on day 1 and 12:30 on day 2, and you will need to be admitted in. So just be patient as we approve people into the roundtables. But yeah, it's as simple as clicking on a link.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So perhaps it's worth repeating. How can I contact other attendees or speakers or do one-on-one meetings?
That's a great question, Dean. Let me show you my screen again. So here in Slack is the main place you're going to be interacting. And remember, if you have someone's phone number or email, obviously you can connect with them already. But if you don't know somebody and you're interested in having that networking effect here in GamesBeat Summit, you can just use direct messages right here. Just press the plus and reach out to someone. You'll be able to have a direct conversation with them. If you want to take it to audio or video, kind of set up a meeting, you can do that right here inside Slack. So Slack has that kind of audio and video capability for those one-on-ones that you're looking for. And again, if you're in a private group, those will already be set up for you, so you can find people within that private group. And here at VentureBeat, we're going to be helping to connect some people. So don't be too surprised if you see a message from us kind of saying, hey, you should meet somebody else, and introducing the two of you. Keep in mind that Slack is an asynchronous channel. So someone isn't always going to be there, even if they look like they're active. They might be doing something else on their computer. If you're reaching out to a speaker, understand they've given us a limited amount of time. They're probably busy with several other things, so they may not get back to you. People aren't necessarily going to get back to you that day. It might take a couple days. So just be understanding and respectful that everyone here is busy professional. And though you can reach out with direct messages, that doesn't guarantee that someone's going to get back to you that day.
Good. Anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, there's one thing that was mentioned earlier, Dean, when you were talking about some of those receptions. I'm super excited about the Oculus one, so I'll be there with my headset on. There is a link. You're going to get a link if you're invited to those, if you're at that membership level, to Oculus reception or the Hero Live reception. The Oculus reception is right here. This is the URL, but you'll see this in your email communications. You'll also see these types of things messaged often in Slack as well as we get closer to the receptions. You'll just go to this page and you can sign up with your Oculus account so that it shows up in your headset when you jump into that experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's worth noting they're going to turn that on a little bit early during the conference and record a couple of sessions starting at 4:30 and on Tuesday, and they're going to start with recording one of the VR sessions. So, but good, very good. Thank you very much. The sessions. Start with recording one of the VR sessions. So, but good, very good. Thank you very much.
Welcome to day 2 of GamesBeat Summit 2020 online. I'm Gina Joseph, Vice President of Strategic Partnerships at VentureBeat. We're excited to have over 1,300 attendees registered and joining us from home, and even more tuning in to the live stream across Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. This year, we're welcoming executives from across the world to tune in as we discuss the dawn of a new generation in gaming, along with some of the most important and relevant changes the industry is facing today. First of all, we could not be holding this incredible digital event without our event sponsors. We would like to thank our partners, Niantic, our platinum sponsor, Adjust, Galaxy Interactive, Two Hat Security, GenVid, Jam City, Consumer Acquisition, GC Tracker, Amber Studios, Nutanix, Singtel, Scopely, Tencent Games, Pink Lion, Adobe, and Oculus. This event was also supported by a great group of media partners. And one of the greatest things about GamesBeat Summit is the real sense of community that we have within the games industry. We have a tremendous group of advisors who made this event possible, and many of whom you'll be hearing from. I also want to recognize the incredible gathering of Women in Games, which was hosted digitally earlier today. We hosted the first Women in Games breakfast, presented by Niantic, which had over 200 pre-registered women, where there was a focused dialogue on designing games and experiences, and how you can stay fresh while developing for new media. As we transformed our in-person event to digital, it was important that we develop thoughtful ways to bring that experience to digital events. And here's how you can participate in live sessions and engage with attendees, speakers, and the gaming community. The official conference hashtag is hashtag GBSummit. Be sure to join us then on the live conversation and follow the live Twitter feed at GBSummit. Today, you have access to two great event stages, Boss Stage and Hero Stage. The Boss Stage features interviews with chief executive officers, including keynotes and fireside chats from some of the biggest names in the gaming industry. Our Hero Stage is focused on consumer and AAA developers, featuring discussions that will shape the future pipeline of games to come. You can choose which stage you'd like to view by using the links we've sent via email, Slack, or you can always go to GamesBeatSummit.com for the full agenda. For those who've registered for online access and VIP passes, we really encourage you to take advantage of the many networking opportunities available, such as the breakout sessions for live speaker Q&As and discussion groups. Additionally, during the lunch hour, or for those of you who are tuning in with different time zones, your break hour, we will have virtual roundtable conversations where you can meet in smaller groups to discuss specific topics. You can easily tune into the Boss or Hero Stage and the respective live Q&As rooms. Many of our speakers who will also be hosting breakout rooms for intimate Q&As. Just click Leave Meeting for the room you want to leave, and you will be brought back to the homepage for a complete selection of stages and rooms to go back to. For those with access, we encourage you to take part in the Slack conversations. We have channels dedicated to both stages and channels for business development, investors, startups, developers, and our partners. We also have private Slack channels for our VIP registrants, Women in Game participants, and more. It's become an incredible connection forum for our games community, and we've already seen several business development connections and great networking happening in the GamesBeat Summit event Slack. Lastly, I'm so pleased to share with you that GamesBeat Summit 2020 is excited to support Stack Up, Take This, and Girls Who Code with donation links that we will post across the event. These charitable causes are so important to our team, and we wanted to share them with you. If you're watching on our social channels, you'll see links to donate on the stream. If you're a part of the online access or VIP community, we will Slack you these links directly throughout the conference. Let's have an incredible day 2 as we wrap up GamesBeat Summit 2020 and the first digital-only event as we all work together to thoughtfully bring that human connection to the digital world. Without further ado, next up, I have the honor of introducing Mike Minotti, review editor at GamesBeat.
Thank you, Gina, and thanks to all of you for joining us today. You know, I've been in awe watching the staff at GamesBeat, VentureBeat, and all of the events organizers putting in the incredible amount of work to make our virtual summit happen this year. I am sad that we could not be together in person this year, but I am proud to see us come together and move forward and still deliver such an engaging event. We got off to a strong start yesterday, hearing from many of the best and most interesting minds in the business. And among so many things, we're hearing a lot about how our industry is adapting now and how we'll have to continue to do so during such unprecedented times. I think that we're all up for the challenge. You know, it's weird. I'm sure like many of you, I once thought that things like the next generation of consoles and cloud computing would dominate our show this year. And while these topics are, of course, still important, we're hearing a lot about the more human element of gaming now, especially its capability to bring people together. You know, as someone who lives alone, I think I would have cracked by now if it wasn't for games. But being able to regularly jump on Discord and play games like Overwatch, which I'm getting pretty good at, and Valorant, which still very much a work in progress. But being able to play those games with my family and friends, it's really helping keep me sane. I'm especially grateful for how it has kept me in touch with my brothers who are quarantined with their young families at this time. So that's, keeping them plenty busy. But at night, once the kids are in bed and we are able to connect and play games with each other, we have a lot of fun. And sure, we're having a good time pushing payloads in Overwatch or leveling new characters in World of Warcraft, but it also gives me a chance to stay up to date with them and their families. I'm able to hear about the day-to-day lives of my nephews and nieces, sometimes in vivid color, as my one brother had to run out in the middle of a game when his daughter got a little sick that one night. So that was fun. Did I mention I don't have any kids? Because it might stay that way. But, many people are really learning about this social power of gaming for the first time. And, many of us understood that games were a great way to hang out with friends without having to share the same room with them. But now social distancing is encouraging more people, some with limited exposure to games before, to use the medium to connect with others. For decades, gaming has had a bad reputation as an anti-social hobby. And of course, we know that that's not true. But I believe that many more people are now beginning to understand that we could be seeing some of the old stigmas surrounding the medium disappear. For once, it feels like gaming is not being blamed as part of the problem, but instead being celebrated for its ability to do good. With so many stressful things happening around us, at least that is something to feel good about. Of course, I don't mean to give all of the credit to online games. Single-player experiences have still been an important part of my life during the past couple of months. And yes, escapism has something to do with that. When I'm running through the forest of Ori and the Will-o'-the-Wisps, I'm not thinking about the fact that I've been stuck inside my house for weeks. But these games have more value beyond being distractions. They give me goals, and it feels good to be able to accomplish something, anything, when so much else in the world is making me feel powerless. And man, thank God for Animal Crossing New Horizons, which kind of combines everything that I'm talking about. It's relaxing, escapist experience. It gives me a ton of goals to achieve. It's nice to play by myself, but it's also a social endeavor. It gives me something to talk with my friends about, especially when I bug them every day to ask how much their island is buying turnips for. And because my internet is sometimes, a bit wonky, it's given me an excuse to drive to my friends' driveways, maintaining a safe distance in my car as we connect our switches via a local network. Sure, it's not really hanging out, but it is something, and I'm glad for any excuse to leave the house while staying safe. Animal Crossing has really given me so much to do, and I just hope that I'm able to catch a tuna before April comes to an end. I don't think I'm alone in finding this new appreciation for gaming. So for everyone listening who is at all involved in the industry, who helped create and deliver these fantastic experiences, I want to thank you and just say, please keep up the excellent work. So yes, new consoles, games, and technologies are exciting, but I'm glad that we're getting some perspective. Gaming is an important part of our lives. It may not be essential, but it has the power to make difficult times much more tolerable. Last year, I talked about the versatility of gaming. We're continuing to see that now, I think. All sorts of different kinds of games can find success these days, and that more than anything is what will keep our industry healthy. It's not about free-to-play versus premium or console versus PC or AR versus VR. We need all of these things working independently and together for all of us to succeed. And we do have those shiny new consoles to get excited about. I'm really looking forward to see the innovations that the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X bring to our industry. Even if I'm not super used to the name Xbox Series X yet, I think I may pitch Dean on naming our next event GamesBeat Series X, but I don't think he's going to go for that one. So yesterday was an interesting and even uplifting day. I think that today will continue that trend. Right after I'm done talking, we'll be hearing from Adam Foshko and Derek Kolstad over on the Boss Stage, who both have experience writing video game stories. And I'm also looking forward to our recapturing the history of games discussion. As GamesBeat's kind of main retro guy, I love any discussion about the industry's history, especially if it includes Console Wars author Blake Harris. Seriously, if you haven't read that book and have any interest in the Genesis or Super Nintendo, you really need to. And we'll still be talking about how this pandemic is going to change our industry. I think that our location-based entertainment in a post-COVID world talk will be an especially interesting one in that regard. Before all this started, it seemed like we were maybe going to have a resurgence in location-based gaming experiences. I know that felt that way after blasting stormtroopers through the void's virtual reality Star Wars adventure. But are those experiences going to be in danger in a post-COVID world? I'm interested to learn from 2-Bit Circus's Brent Bushnell about how these experiences will adapt. As someone who grew up with arcades and was heartbroken to see their decline, I know that this talk will be an interesting one. We'll also hear from Exploding Kittens co-creator Elon Lee in our Games to Play in Quarantine talk. Considering how silly and entertaining his card game is, I'm sure that he will have some good ideas. And I'm also excited to hear from Mike Frazzini of Amazon Games, especially because of that company's work with online multiplayer titles. Mike is going to talk about how popular games are able to turn into long-term hobbies. And considering that my World of Warcraft playtime is now measured in months instead of hours, I think I understand what he means. But yeah, we have all kinds of talks on our Boss Stage and Hero Stage today. We'll be discussing things like AR, mobile, spatial audio, esports, and one of Dean's favorites, the metaverse. So, I know we're all going to learn a lot. It may even be so interesting that I think I'll be able to go a couple of hours without checking in on my Animal Crossing town. So we're going to have a lot of fun today. And I want to thank you all again for joining us for the second day of our summit. I also want to give an extra shout out to our fantastic editorial team at GamesBeat, writers Dean Takahashi and Jeff Grubb, and our editor Jason Wilson. They have been working like wild preparing for this show, and I'm lucky to be a part of such a fantastic and hardworking team. We may all be due for a vacation or I guess staycation really once this is all done. But with that, I'm going to kick things over to Dean, who will really get us started with today's Boss Stage talks, and Andrea Renee, who is our MC for the Hero Stage. So thanks again, everybody. Stay safe and healthy and have a great time today.
Thank you, Mike, and welcome to the second day of programming for the Boss Stage for GamesBeat Summit. And we had a great day yesterday. There's more than 600 people in Slack. If you want to upgrade into Slack, there's still time to do that. Thank you for donating for the 3 different charities. Take This, Girls Who Code, and Stack Up. That's still available on the Twitch live stream for GamesBeat Summit. And I'd like to introduce our first session of the day, which includes Mark Long of Neon Media, the moderator, Adam Foshko of HBO, and Derek Kolstad. And I'd also like to let you know that we'll have Michael Chang returning as substitute MC during the day, as well as David Hoppy, managing partner of Gamma Law, who will also step in as MC while I am otherwise occupied. So here we go. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mark Long, CEO of Neon Media, and I'm joined today by Adam Foshko, narrative director at HBO and the writer and director of several Call of Duties and the Skylanders franchise. And Derek Kolstad, the creative writer of the John Wick series and the new Disney Plus series, Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And we're here to talk about what makes a great writer's room. Adam, what is a writer's room?
That's a good question. And thanks for the great introduction, Mark. I think that, to to boil it down, I've heard it called either a taste of heaven or an extra helping of hell. It basically is a place where, unlike when someone goes and writes a film or writes a novel or something, their writers will work independently on their own for hours and hours and hours, usually staring at a blank page until blood appears on their forehead. But in a writer's room, you take all kinds of different writers with different skill sets and you put them together. This came out of television, where they were basically writing series, and they come up with ideas and jokes and gags and storylines, and they would basically come up with entire television series in sort of a very compressed atmosphere, where I think you talk about everything else possible up until the 11th hour, and then you finally talk about work. But it is a place really where I think where great story is made, and we've adopted that into great game development as well.
Derek, it sounds like a lot of fun, is it?
It starts out that way. In my experience, this was my first room, and it's the only one I've done so far. And Malcolm, he was the guy who was running the show. And on the first day in, he would repeat over and over again that, in essence, the best idea wins. And when you have that filter on everything, it doesn't matter who's right or wrong. It's what matters is who's best in the moment. And in the best of rooms, you clamor and get behind that, and you build upon it. There's no infighting, because come the end of it, and Falcon Winter Soldier, you had a very limited timeline. The beast of Marvel, the beast of Disney, the beast of Disney Plus, and you wanted to get to the finish line quickly and yet intact, and in such a way that if you got a call at 2:00 in the morning on a Tuesday saying season 2's a go, you're like, fuck yeah. So that was my introduction to it, and it's hard, and yet at the same time it's a thrill.
Adam, this audience is primarily C-level game executives. Why should we care or know anything about writers' rooms?
I think writers' rooms, borrowing from best practices in television. I mean, I come from a television family, and my father worked in rooms, and so it's sort of ingrained in sort of how I was raised. But I've also found historically that we really just get the best stuff in the shortest amount of time working with a room. And also, as I think Derek will attest, he just sort of alluded to it, that we now make product seasonally, year over year. And so really we're making an investment in not just the franchises we create, but the people who work on those franchises. And so really we're able to continue to produce product, first of all, in a much more efficient and timely manner than having to spin up an individual writer or a set of individual writers who are all working separately on a particular game from a standing start, and then re-spinning that up again later. Now we have a room, we have people who are already familiar with the franchise and the Bible and where it's going, and already we're projecting ahead by a good number of years. It did that with Destiny, certainly did that with Skylanders, and Call of Duty was very similar in terms of its franchise goals. But Destiny in particular, because we would chart it out a good number of years, there'd be no way to say, okay, bring in X writer and come in and take this over and not lose precious time. Not only being familiarizing that person with where things had gone, where things had been narratively and where they were going, but also just in terms of what the medium is. It's very, there's a lot of synergy between television and game development, much more so, I believe, than feature film. But still, it's like literally putting the wings of the plane on while you're flying it, and also updating the telemetry. So it's it's an ongoing process, and it's just a more efficient way to work.
The executive producer in me just heard that it goes faster. So if you say it takes 6 months for you to write it, if I get 6 guys in a room, they can write it in 1 month.
Is that better? It also depends how much blood we're talking about. I mean, and the thing also is, I'm a huge believer in table reads, and I imagine Derek, has a lot of experience with that as well. And no matter how great your dialogue is or your story is, there's a certain point when you're breaking story, and then as you're producing scenes and as you're writing dialogue, there's certainly a certain point where people are pitching ideas, where, as Derek has pointed out rightly, the best rooms are run where best idea wins, also the best line wins. And in the end, once you say your dialogue out loud, before you have actors come in and do whatever else, I mean, that's the room to really test all that. I mean, that's really the place where you really want to kind of run it through the ringer. so much harder to do in a siloed environment. So I would actually say, as opposed to, 6 guys in a room and it gets done, a sixth of the time, I would say that, you actually are making enormous headway on in the polish phase, because you're actually making an investment along the way. You're not doing these massive rewrites. It's all being done as you're going.
Derek, Adam used the term breaking story, which I've heard before. What does that mean?
Well, in essence, that's the work, and again, it was trial by fire in the best of ways for me. And, Malcolm had come in with what he wanted the story to be, but then you have to look at the 6-episode structure, and which is always weird, and what I mean by weird is anytime you've got a good idea or a story you want to tell, and you have to divvy it up into chapters, how are you going to do that? Once you get to that point, you're like, okay, great. Now let's look at the action, the heartbeat, the soul, the pacing, the pulse of each episode. Okay, we got that. Great. Now let's layer in the character moments, the hero's journey. Now there's more than one hero. Even the bad guy has a hero's journey. Okay. Now it's literally rinse, wash, and repeat, because as soon as you layer in one element on top of what was layered in before, none of it makes sense. So you have to massage and you have to take care of the ripple effect. So, we often joke about that. By the time you're off to script, you got a couple of days, because all of the work is done. Now, your skill set should be the dialogue and the ability to actually put that on page, but the work, the mental heavy lifting is in that room, breaking story and making sure that your character is fully in focus.
Well, that's something new to me. So you guys talk about the story. Breaking story is really talking about it kind of ad nauseum, the picture I'm getting. And then you have a short remaining time at the end to write. Is that typically how writers' rooms works?
I've just been in the one, man. So
that makes you an expert, though.
It does. You've been in some good room. I mean, it's a good room. It's not, it wasn't, on the Home Shopping Network. Yeah. I mean, it's a solid, home run. Look, it's an ongoing thing, right? Because it depends on the scale of what it is you're writing. If it's a big epic title for games, if it's a big epic title, there's an enormous amount of talking at the head end of this, because not only are you trying to sort out the technology that is making this thing possible, with the direction that ideally the train is already going in. We want to cover these 5 or 6 major things in this release, but then also character arcs, and then you're keeping all that in your head as you're literally saying, okay, now what's the actual emotional journey? I mean, Derek rightly pointed out the hero's journey. Everybody has their own hero's journey, but as someone who's experiencing this, the entire room is putting themselves in the place of someone who is experiencing this. And it's not just what's happening on the screen. It's not just a story being told to us. It's experiential. So we're actually having to then create the context, the world building aspect of this as we are experiencing the story over time. It's the emotional beats of not just the cinematics that you're seeing, if you're seeing cinematics, but also the levels and the level design. This all happens in the room as well. And we're also bringing in different experts who are, narrative designers and level designers. And it's akin to bringing in the crew or the chiefs of the departments as you're actually putting your series together, I think, in a lot of ways. And so certainly your DP would be a part of that, whether it's a film or television. But it's all of those people are in at the same time, and we're all taking this journey together. So really, there's a point where you're breaking the story and you're working it out with the writers, and you're making assignments so people can actually write, and then they're being paired off often depending on what it is they like to write. But then you're also using that opportunity to bring other people into that room and take them on that same journey. And they are the litmus test in so many ways, because it can all be in our heads and we're selling each other on it. But in the end, we have to take them on that journey, and then we have to all collectively make that happen before you even bring an actor in. And that's a whole other situation. So really, writing doesn't happen at the end. Writing sort of happens sort of in a continuous cycle of rinse and repeat, as you're continuing to produce.
And leaning into that, one of the funny things and the most humble things is when, even before, like the first week I was in Falcon Winter Soldier, we were each given, you're going to do this episode, you're going to do these 2 episodes, just so you know. They were just divvying up that way. And so by the end of the room, when you've, in essence, turned in one of your episodes and you're almost done with your other episode and someone has an idea and they don't really want to share it, Malcolm says, come on, if it's good, share it. And then they share it and he goes, fuck, that's good. And all the other writers are like, no, that is good. But the backwards ripple effect on everything that's been written, it needs to be ripped out and layered in like a new spine. And yet, if you're in the good room, you don't mind doing that, because that idea, if it makes it 0.5% better, makes everything better, man. So you just ride with the wave.
That sounds like one of the secrets of a great room. Did you pick up any other great secrets, Derek?
Honestly, it goes back to like my dad and grandfather in business, but like have a thick skin, but never lose your heart, you know? So like, I loved that someone would passionately in the room pitch an idea. And then near the end of the pitch would either realize it wasn't working or they'd be rejected, right? Now we're writers. Like, I don't think people understand how much rejection, and to a certain point, it's like a heroin dose where you're like, I need my rejection today, you know? Is the ability not to bounce back, but to roll with it. Because when you roll with it, the best football players tend to, miss the first one and then shift and get the second, and that's much more important. So to me, it isn't a matter of being the smartest guy in the room. It's just recognizing the room and your place in it and how to make that room a better room. And back to what we've discussed in the past, is those simple little things. It's amazing having a lot of soda, candy, and free lunch will do for anyone's spirits.
What about you, Adam? Do you think there's any secrets to running a great writer's room?
Actually, what Derek just said, I think is probably one of the best. I mean, when my father worked in television, one of the things he would always do is he would, keep all the writers fed and watered. It's pretty much how it worked. In every room I've been in, whether it's television or certainly in games, it was always about keeping everybody buoyant, reading the room, because there are times when the work is hard. I mean, when you're literally pulling stuff out of the air, as fun as it all is, it's exhausting. There's a certain point where you go, have we been here for 8 hours? You have to read the room and understand what the energy level is in the room, make sure people take enough breaks and don't exhaust them. There's plenty of time to get exhausted, but I think having a lot of open communication is incredibly important. Not hanging on to things like grim death is wildly important. It really comes down to the pace that's set, and the environment that's set by the showrunner, the guy who's running the room. And if you have a great one, then that's, it's he's worth his weight in gold. And I think really apart from that, it's also understanding that very rarely is it a sprint, but it is almost always a gigantic marathon. And there are just cycles to it. And there are times when everyone can knock off and go home at a reasonable time, and that's a really good thing, conserve energy, and there's a point of diminishing returns. And there's also times when everyone puts their hands to the oar. And I think that also, if you have a guy who's running a room who is willing to do exactly what they're asking the room to do, then there's that sense of we're all in it together, right? So it's I think it comes down to really, I think, who's running it.
Oh, and the nice thing in regards to what you're saying too is if you break the story well, if I'm on episode 3 or 4, which were mine, and I got to a point where I'm like, something's just not working, I could call or email everyone saying, I'm at this point. And it isn't that I'm butting up against anything. I see where we're going. And what was nice about that is the classic, I was so far into the woods, I wasn't seeing the trees. And not once did anyone not come back with like, oh, there it is. And usually it's that little thing to keep you on track. And they were excited to get your phone call and excited to put you on the path and excited to be there once you get out of it. I think the camaraderie, just from like a sports movie standpoint, is true.
All three of us have written long form, which is solo, and I really enjoyed that process. Although you get to a point like when you go to the eye doctor and they put that weird Brazil looking thing in front of your eye and they go, is this better? Is that better? Is this better? Is that better? I get, as I progress in finishing a manuscript, I kind of get to that point. You don't have anybody to tell you if this is better or that's better, right? Derek, what's been the difference for you in writing Wick solo and then working in a writer's room, and which one do you prefer?
Honestly, I really dig them both now. I didn't think, I'm very much I like being alone in a cave with a computer, that kind of guy, But what I liked about the writer's room is realizing that not only are you playing with new friends in a sandbox, but you built the fucking thing and you fill it with the fucking sand. And that's really exciting, you know? And yet the one thing that isn't, it's the hardest part about both long form and, you know, the shorter form is that when you got notes back, it's different by who hired you for the job. Like when we got notes back from Marvel, they had all of the notes, they had discussed all of the notes, and you had a playbook. I've worked in movies where I'll get emails from two different very powerful people with very conflicting ideas. I didn't know what to do. So the art of manipulating those waters is kind of the same. Yet at the same point, the joy of being alone in a room with a blank page one and it's just all you, I fucking love that. I mean, that is the height of what I am and what I do and my ultimate joy. And yet when you're in a room and someone gives you an idea and you're like, oh, and you're like, yes, that is an equal joy. So I think, honestly, I'm a movie guy. I grew up a movie guy. I could be a movie guy. I'm a game guy. But TV, the stories we can tell nowadays, especially in the advent of a streamer and post the nascent days of HBO, it's kind of cool.
Hey, Adam, given the current circumstances, do you think it's possible to run a writer's room long distance like this on Zoom?
I do. I really do. I think that this is, I mean, now more and more elements of working independently in Derek's cave is sort of, you know, we're all doing it in a lot of ways. So, I mean, there is a lot of opportunity for that. And really, when you get down to it, even though a story's been broken, you do end up writing a fair amount in your cave anyway. You just bring it back to a room. So whether I physically hop into a car and I go to a room that I'm running somewhere, or I'm in a room, or I'm getting on something like getting onto Zoom, you know, it's kind of the same thing. You really, now you're pitching the ideas. You're missing some of the aromas of being in a writer's room where everybody has it's after lunch and everyone has been there for 8 hours. So there's a certain level of atmosphere that is missing, but that's fine. You can do so much more, I think, because you can modulate also what this experience is now. You can still pitch your ideas. You can do all the things you can do in a room, and also I think appeal to writers. We're largely, even though we talk to a lot of people, there's a certain portion of our psyche which is entirely introverted, and we don't necessarily have to want to go and see a lot of people and have to drive and go and sit in a room with a bunch of folks. But we can do this, and I think it fulfills the bill. I think you do miss some of the late night things that happen. Good ideas sometimes happen when you really are putting effort in, and you can physically read people. When you see them on little, you know, in a gallery, you're not quite reading the room the same way that you read a lot of body language when you're actually in a room. And I think there's something that's missing there. And I think that there's a real art form to being able to read a writer's room and to sort of get people's sense of where they are in terms of their creative energy, like where the energy they have to invest. So I think that's missing, but I think the basis of it is there, and I think we can keep working with it.
And I would miss the one-on-one, like when you go down for a cup of coffee and you kind of splinter off and get to know each other. Not saying that you can't do that here, but the number of times just outside of the writer's room, how you get to know people, how that those relationships in the best of ways bring the best of you back to the writer's room. But dude, you know, the past couple of weeks on Zoom here have kind of shown us that why the fuck did I drive 5 hours yesterday? You know,
it is the commute. It is the commute.
God.
Yeah, I do get back almost half my day, sort of being in one place, which isn't bad. And plus, I don't know, Derek, did you find that you had to deal with a lot of people on the East Coast or international people?
International, yeah, but that's always like in regards to script. If it's an actor, it's near the end, and we're just going through like their lines, like. And so it's very much personalized, because I don't believe any script should be biblical. I mean, it should be, you know, you hire a guy and have him go through and say, how would you say it? You know, And then sometimes at the beginning you'll talk to distributors, but they're kind of going not the way of the dodo, but evolving in such a way that we're not quite sure what it's going to be. But a lot of the time, even nowadays, if you want to be in this industry, it's it's LA. To a smaller degree, it's New York or London, and if you have the connections in Austin or whatever, or the ability to fly, but like there is some kind of psychological appeal for everyone, especially the buyers, to know that if worse comes to worse, they can drive 11 minutes, which takes 3.5 hours.
That's right.
I have just one final question. Derek, why doesn't John Wick name his dog?
I can answer that. Because we couldn't come up with something that was cool and not too tongue-in-cheek and not too on the nose, that when it just became dog, we were all like, yeah, that kind of fits him. So I wish I had a more romantic story, and I don't have any other names we were going to call him, but like we wanted him never to reference it by name until at a certain point you realize he kind of had to. And to have John Wick have the dog, that's okay.
Well, I want to thank Derek Kolstad and Adam Fosco for joining me, and I'd like to thank Dean Takahashi for giving us this opportunity to talk about what makes writers' rooms great. Thanks, Dean.
Pleasure, guys.
Thanks, Dean. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Derek.
Hello, folks. We've now got a little time for Q&A. I'm going to stall for a few seconds to see if we can get Mark Long in the room, but it looks like he's having some technical trouble. But we do have Derek Kolstad and Adam Foshko here. And hey, guys, thanks for doing a panel. Appreciate it. And we have a question from the Boss Stage Slack here, and it is, what are the general strategies to consider when making selections for which writers to include in a room? There's a second part here. How do you weigh and combine the writer's individual sense of tone, sensibility, output, experience, etc.? Derek, you want to start?
You always want to staff the best, I suppose, is the first place to go. But also, when you start building out a room like that, it's kind of amazing how iron sharpens iron, and how a machine, where a part in and of itself might do one thing, but with many others performs a different way. So it becomes a bit of a balancing act in the best possible way. So just recognize how that machine comes together and how the pieces play. And if it's rough, maybe that's best for the story. But come the end of the day, it's always about the story,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Adam, as well.
Yeah, I think depending on what you're working on, there's the iron sharpens iron analogy. I think is great, but you can actually double down on that. I think when you have writers are good at different things. Some people are great at, in the case of, we'll say in game development, some people are great at dialogue, some people are great at cinematic moments, some people are great at world development, some people are great at naming weapons. I mean, it's lore. I mean, you combine different people's strengths with a strategy for the room and for the ambition for the actual brand moving forward, and how you're going to produce not just this run, but also for the future. You're also growing writers as a resource, and a room as a resource, ideally year over year, product over product. And you want to begin to cultivate writers, not just for one episode or one installment, but also for future endeavors. And so you think of it as not just a snapshot, but a growth process. And so very often you will combine different writers to work with other writers, but then also you'll spin them out and bring in other writers to work with them. So it's a continuous sort of feed and watering and projection process, while actually still getting out the material on hand kind of every day.
And Adam, why don't you start with this one? Any opinion on different considerations for AAA / indie writers' rooms, pros and cons for each?
Well, I mean, the one thing I'll say is, AAA. I mean, when you walk into a AAA room, I mean, there are some, the ambitions are there. The pillars for the project have been set. It's going to be big. It's a lot of scope. very often though, unless you were working with a publisher and devs who are more interested in risk, you know, they're going to want to hit those marks and drive forward on a very large scale. In indie projects, there's a lot of opportunity to take some really interesting risks, and I think that's, you know, it's not unlike film and not unlike maybe what we're seeing in television. As you know, you're seeing some fresh approaches in indie, because you don't have all the expectations. You don't have, like in television, you have a network that is like has high demands. You know, now there's certain publishers who have extremely high demands, and there's less opportunity for risk because, you know, with a franchise like Call of Duty or like anything else, quality, yes, and drama and style, and substance, absolutely, but rarely are you gonna introduce something that will be so fresh that it might drive it off the rails a little bit. But indie, there's a great opportunity to bring people in and try new things and come up with something that's fresh and interesting. And I think we're dealing with a global dynamic market. There's room for both, and I think that there's an opportunity to, as we expand, not just the franchises we have now, but take things that are interesting and fresh, and like we have a new golden age of television, we should also have basically a new golden age of interactive narrative as well, where we actually can take risks in the context of even the larger publishers. Because I think we are putting together a large portfolio of not just gameplay and interaction, but also in world building and narrative.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, I'm Derek on that one. Let's see, it's sort of like indie versus AAA, I guess, or different kinds of rooms, or.
You know, I grew up in a construction family, and they always referred to any budget as they're just zeros, you know? So you look at a buck, $10, $100, $1,000, you treat it all the same with the same amount of respect because it's all you have. But when you look at movies, my favorite is always the mistakes are your favorite scenes. You know, Indiana Jones shooting the swordsman because he had dysentery on that day. You know, a lot of times the $1 million question has a $3 answer, and it tends to be your favorite thing. And so come the end of the day, regardless of AAA or indie, a good idea is a good idea, and you have to respect it as such.
And another one for Derek to start here. What's the format in which you capture ideas? Like, what does that look like specifically? Whiteboard or something, or you know?
Fucking chaos. You know? No, it's so every room is very similar, but every room is very different. And for Falcon Winter Soldier, it was an interior room that was incredibly high security marvel. And in fact, if the guards heard you talking about what you were working on in the kitchenette, they'd stop you, which is hilarious. And the entire I'd say half the room was wall to wall whiteboards. Now, I would argue that the most important person in that room for us and for most of these situations is having the greatest writer's assistant known to man, because at the end of the day, they are working like a court reporter, and they are taking pictures of the whiteboards, and they are rendering it down and assembling all of the ideas and structures so that when you get home that night, have dinner, have a drink, and you're sitting at the computer, and that PDF comes in, and you look at it, you're like, there is that 12-hour sessions rendered down by someone far smarter than I. But again, when you break story, it's macro first, then it's rendered down to episode, and then you do character paths, then you do micro, then you do hero's journey, then you do macro, and you start all over again. But again, I cannot stress how much worth, and we leaned into the strengths of the writer's assistant.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We're out of time now. Sorry, Mark Long couldn't join us. Perhaps he'll be available in Slack for folks to catch up with him. And I'm going to turn over the MC work a bit to David Hoppy now. So thank you, Derek and Adam.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dean. And thanks a lot for that really interesting panel on a topic we don't hear very much about in the games business, but obviously very, very important and very interesting. So our next feature here is a panel recapturing the history of games with Josh Sway of 10.0 and Blake Harris. And Josh, of course, is producer of the Insert Coin. We saw the trailer for that last night at the reception. Very interesting and film I'm looking forward to seeing. And Blake Harris, of course, author of one of the principal books in our space, The Console Wars, as well as now The History of the Future. So here's our panel, Recapturing the History of Games.
Hello, this is Dean Takahashi, lead writer for GamesBeat at VentureBeat, and happy to be here with Blake Harris, author, and Josh Sway, filmmaker. So both of you, starting with Blake, why don't you introduce yourself?
Well, that's an honest mistake. We look very similar. So I'm Blake Harris. I'm here in New York, or I guess with my virtual background, I'm in the land of Console Wars. I wrote Console Wars in 2014. I wrote The History of the Future about Oculus and VR and Facebook that came out in 2019. And I've spent the past various parts of the past 9 years, but mostly the past year, finishing up the documentary version of the Console Wars story about the battle between Sega and Nintendo. And I've also seen the film of the guy we're going to turn to next, and I give it 2 big thumbs up.
All right, and Josh.
My name is Josh Sway, and I'm traditionally a game developer. I've been working in games for, like almost 25 years, if not more so. Starting off with the arcade era with Midway Games back in the 90s, and from there worked on a lot of big video game franchises outside of franchises such as Mortal Kombat and WrestleMania and others. I've also worked on the Fight Night series and also the Tony Hawk series. And the last 4.5, almost 5 years, I've been working on the documentary about Midway's arcade games of the 90s and how crazy that era was and everything. And so it's my first time making a film, and I just recently got finished and was supposed to be at South by Southwest, but the whole world blew up, so here we are.
So it seems like these were sort of accidental events that maybe got you into this, I guess. Like Josh, what caused you, say, to think about making the film in the first place?
So before I got into video games, when I was a college student, I actually went to school for film school. And so, I grew up in Southern California, and much like many of my peers, we, after seeing Star Wars, we all wanted to become film directors and everything. So that's what I went to school with. And what ended up happening was I learned a lot about computer graphics and video back in the very late 80s, early 90s. And my first job out of school was at a company called Midway Games. And at the time, they were really experimenting a lot with using video for the video game sprites, which they were starting to master after games such as Mortal Kombat. And so I kind of got into games by accident and got stuck in there for a long time. And as I approached my midlife crisis, I realized, I really need to make a film before I do anything else. And so I was kind of inspired by my past at Midway, thinking that would be a really good subject to get into. So for me, it was kind of a passion project of, hey, you know what, you've been making games all this time, let's take a little break and do something different.
And Blake, how about you?
So for me, the project probably started before I realized, and I was in my late 20s, and my younger brother gave me a Sega Genesis for my birthday, which is what we had when we were kids. And now being an adult, or at least chronologically being an adult, my favorite things to read were nonfiction, behind-the-scenes business stories. And so before I ever wrote Console Wars or a story about Sega and Nintendo, I just wanted to read something. And I live in New York, I mentioned, and so I remember at that time I was living in Manhattan, and I went to a Barnes & Noble on 86th Street. It was like this gigantic store with 3 floors, and I was looking for the video game history section, and I figured it would be near the film history section or the music history section, but it actually didn't exist. And then I even asked the woman at the information desk, where can I get one of the books? Where's the video game history section? Where can I get a book on Sega, Nintendo, video game industry, business, history, games? And not only was I told that no such book existed in the stores, but they didn't even offer to, try to order me one, like they always try to do when you're like, yeah, I can just order from Amazon myself. But so I was kind of shocked that for a gigantic bookstore, there wasn't a single book available there about the history of video games or business of video games. All they had video game related was walkthrough guides, and so it wasn't as if I left the bookstore that day with the eureka moment that I'm going to write this book. But that sort of started me down this journey of just being very curious about what happened behind the scenes. And then I started interviewing the people at Sega and Nintendo and found that there was a really incredible story that I was sort of fortunate enough to be the one to tell.
Would you want to summarize that whole book for us in 10 seconds?
Sure. So Nintendo had 95+% of the video game industry, and then something happened, and then they were no longer the market leader, and they were surpassed by Sony and the company that took that market from them, which was Sega. And the book is largely about how Sega pulled that off and what that meant for the future of video games.
And do the same for the second book for us too, the history of the future.
19-year-old Palmer Luckey, living in a trailer in Long Beach, California, comes up with a new virtual reality hardware headset way to do things that is like 1/10 or 1/100th the price of what was being done before. And he starts Oculus with a couple of co-founders, and they end up selling to Facebook for $3 billion. And then Palmer ends up being fired for reasons that have nothing to do with technology or gaming.
So I would guess that when you guys started this as passion projects, you probably thought, oh, maybe nobody's going to read this, but I'm really into it, so I'm going to do it. But it turns out that people like retro history, right? I mean, you've gotten some tremendous responses, right? And I'm kind of wondering, like, you know, why do people like video game history? Josh.
I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that up until this point, there was only so much video game history. If people who were gamers in the 90s, games from the 70s up to the 90s, there were a lot of games, but it was only 20 years. Now, a good 40, 50 years later, there's a lot more history to kind of look back on. So I think with that, you have more generations of players who are now adults kind of looking fondly back at their past. And one thing that I found, with my film, that when I've shown it to people or I've talked about it to people is, I get people who say, oh my God, I was a teenager back then. That was totally where all my lunch money went off to. Now I'm a parent and I have my own kids and they're playing games, but I want to kind of introduce them to what I used to play. And so, you're getting this, the generation of, 90s kids who are now adults, and they're, it's that every 20-year nostalgia thing, I think. And I think that's really, a lot, between that and previous generations all kind of compounding on top of each other, I think has really, brought up gaming as a history thing to the forefront.
And Blake,
I think it's like there's a simple reason to it also. I mean, you look at Handsome Josh. Now you look behind Handsome Josh, and there's this background: Street Fighter, Rampage, Smash TV. Like the first thing I want to do is like shove Josh out of the way to play those games, and then the second thing is like, where did they come from? As a kid with Sega and Nintendo, I grew up in the 80s, and so like at the time it felt like these things came out of thin air, like someone, not actual people, just like Sega and Nintendo, these faceless companies were making them. But then you obviously realize, humans and groups of people collaborated to make these things and sell these things. And even if there wasn't an exciting story, it would just be fascinating to sort of learn where they came from to a lot of people. And then in the case of Sega and Nintendo, in the case of Josh's film, like it's even better because there's actually a great human story behind the making of these games. And then also, like as Josh said, the retro aspect of it all, the looking back. I just said, like, when I was a kid, I perceived it all a certain way. So being able to look at it as an adult and actually get answers to like how this happened, how, one of my favorite stories from Console Wars is how Sega was able to get into Walmart when Walmart refused to carry Sega products. And as a kid, and just I think even a lot of times as an adult, you sort of assume that there's a meritocracy to how things get into retailers or how things get past gatekeepers, but that's not how it works. There's a lot of, it's relationships, it's politics. And so Walmart didn't want to upset Nintendo because they were making so much money off Nintendo. So even if the Genesis was better, the 16-bit Genesis was better than the 8-bit Nintendo, it just wasn't worth it to them. And so sort of realizing why all these things happened, I felt like writing this book was like a behind the scenes tour of my childhood. And I think that a lot of people felt that way, and it resonates with them in that respect.
And it feels like there's like a similar Disney effect here, where parents watch the old classics with their children, and it's like multiple generations have happened, and it feels almost like that with video games have finally coming around to that effect as well. It's even sort of permeated the current market, where we've got Final Fantasy VII remake out on the market, and it's going to sell millions and millions of copies here, and it's like. It's what's owed is coming around as new again, and very, very interesting opportunities there. But it's funny, Blake, I guess. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think a big part of it too, I think there's a nostalgic factor to why we fondly remember games from the 80s and 90s, but for whatever reasons, that was also a time when so many of the popular IPs in gaming came to life. I mean, I finally remember Mortal Monday and waiting for Mortal Kombat and Mortal Kombat 2, seeing what the difference was. But like now you have Mortal Kombat 11, so it's not like this was just some nostalgic thing that we all remember. It's like very much still part of the culture. You know, you have Rampage the movie, you have Sonic and Mario at the Olympics. Like, you know, these things did not go away. So it creates an even greater opportunity for that communal bond between parent and child, where there's a nostalgic aspect, but it's also like a baton passing thing to the child because it's their generation of gaming too.
Yeah. So we want to get to what you guys have learned from this too, right? I guess you know, you've studied this one thing, and Josh, you lived through it, much of it as well, and you spent much more time sort of obsessed with these parts of history that other people have sort of passed over. And we kind of want to know, what have you learned, right?
Yeah,
so Josh, did you learn a bunch of things that you just didn't even know when you're?
Yeah, I mean, I went into when I first started making the film, I thought I knew what the story was going to be. And, you know, so I had a pretty good idea of, you know, all of the different stories and where it was leading to and such. Where I got surprised by was just, you know, like sometimes I would interview somebody and I would ask them about a story that I knew and they would tell me, but then they would kind of go off in a different direction that I didn't know about. It was like another layer of the onion. And so that was really challenging in that, you know, I'm not a journalist by trade. You know, I'm a first-time documentarian, so I didn't know what the rules were on anything. So, you know, when I interview somebody and a story would lead me somewhere else, I just naturally gravitated towards it. And next thing I know, I'm just down a rabbit hole. And so one of the biggest things I learned was that a lot of stuff that I had witnessed when I was working at Midway was just my side of what I saw. And then I would find out, oh, here's a whole other side to it, you know. And the most interesting thing was the business side of it. You know, it wasn't that I wasn't aware of the business of arcades, but in talking with the CEO of Midway at the time and the vice president, talking more on the business side, whereas I was on the creative side, I was able to understand for the most part why certain decisions were made that were purely about business. And, you know, one of the main things in the film that goes through all the storyline is that, yes, this is like, you know, creative and the show business and things like that. But really, ultimately, especially in the arcade era, it was all about making money. How many quarters can you sink in over and over again? And that drove everything from the creatives to the game design to even the way the artwork is. And that was it wasn't totally surprising, but the surprising part was how much it influenced everything that I didn't even realize was going on at the time.
Yeah,
and Blake,
I think that one key thing that Josh and I share, and maybe share in our sensibilities of our, you know, his making the film and my making the film and writing the books, is that neither of us were trained journalists. But what we did is a work of reporting and journalism. And, you know, I've gone on to write journalistic articles, and, you know, we sort of learned on the fly. And I think to some degree, because Josh and I are friends and have talked in the past, one thing that we both have in common is that we didn't realize what we were getting into when we first got into it, which is probably a good thing, because I think if we knew how long these things were going to take and how hard it was going to be, maybe we would have been too intimidated to move forward. But I really would just echo like the discovery process that Josh is talking about. As a journalist and as a fan of these games, it's always been the most fascinating thing to me, is to let people talk, to not have preconceived notions, because you know, I always had this philosophy as a journalist that if it's important to them, it's important to me. And I just remember one small example was like Sonic Tuesday. Like, you know, my going into it was like, yeah, Sonic Tuesday was a good game, but it's a sequel. Like, let's talk about Sonic 1. But then realizing that it meant so much to people at Sega because of what it, you know, meant in their battle with Nintendo, how they were able to pull off this global launch, thinking about what things were actually like back in 1992 when that happened. And so, and then, and also, like, to echo what Josh was saying, especially because he was there firsthand, it's, you know, everyone has a different perspective of these stories. And we're talking about companies with dozens and hundreds of people. So, you know, it's, I guess a big part of it is finding the right vantage points and just letting those people tell their stories. And maybe sometimes they'll collide with another perspective, but it's just about finding those different vantage points that'll let you tell a sort of a fuller story. And then I guess the early thing I learned that really made me fall in love with this was just, you know, the main vantage point in console wars was Tom Kalinske and what he did at Sega, going from 5% of the market to 55%. And then just everything with the industry, from the, you know, going off the Senate subcommittee hearings to the formation of the ESRB to E3 and all of his contributions to what the industry is today. But, you know, there was a whole backstory to that, you know, sort of realizing that before getting to Sega, and even with Sega, Tom was basically the adult most responsible for my childhood other than my parents. Like, he had helped create the Flintstones True Bowl vitamins. He had helped resurrect Barbie at Mattel, and then do for boys what Barbie did for girls with He-Man Masters of the Universe, and then went on to Matchbox Cars. And it's like, again, this nostalgic retro aspect. And then, once you get past the wanting to play with these things, how did this thing come to be? And realizing that Tom Kalinske was sort of like this Forrest Gump character who was there every step of the way. And Tom's also unsurprisingly, Tom's in Josh's film because he played a role in bringing Midway games to the home console.
That's so funny. I feel like your film is almost like a slight prequel side quest of my film also, and vice versa. It's like they're running in parallel here.
Yeah, I remember Blake. This sounds so interesting to hear, but I guess you couldn't even sell the book at first, right? The idea was rejected a lot of times.
Yeah, personally, I learned a lot of, in a way, both the books I wrote, which I hope are compelling narratives, are really just like 500-page case studies looking at how these small, scrappy companies succeeded. And so I learned a lot from writing about Sega, just how do you succeed as a no-name company, as a no-name writer. And one of the things Sega did well was align themselves with celebrities and elevate themselves and have a mutually beneficial relationship. And so very early on, I was fortunate enough to get a meeting with Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg. And so they were very early on part of this process, which I mentioned not to name drop, but mostly just to say that when we went out with the book proposal, at that point, when we went out to 25 publishers, Seth Rogen was already involved. And so I thought, even if my book was about a not very interesting topic, and if I was a questionable writer, this is Seth Rogen, he's amazing. Like, publishers would want to buy anything, but 22 of the 25 publishers passed on the book because basically they said video game books don't sell, which was partly why I was writing the book, because there weren't that many video game books. And I
was joking. I take responsibility for that, right? Having written video games books before that.
Well, and that's not insignificant that you mentioned that, because that might be true. But also, during that, after I left Barnes & Noble, I did read Stephen Kent's Ultimate History of Video Games. I did read David Sheff's Game Over. I did read your book, and I was like, wow, these books are great. Why there should be more of these? They should exist in a Barnes & Noble where a mainstream audience could find these things. So even if statistically that might have led publishers to feel that way, it didn't change when I actually read the product, the content was good, and I did believe there was an audience. And whether it was for millions of readers or for one reader, I was going to do it because I think, just like Josh, at some point you just become so fascinated with the story you want to see it through. But I am glad that so many people have enjoyed it, because I think it just opens the door for me to do more stuff in that area, and for other writers and filmmakers to do more stuff.
And Josh, did you get a lot of this too from people outside of games? Why are you doing this?
Yeah, it was interesting because the film was completely self-funded and also through crowdfunding and stuff. So I didn't need to knock down any doors or anything to get it made. But it was interesting once I got it made. Then showing different people the film. It was interesting when I would hear from somebody in the film industry saying, "Oh, this is a great subject and stuff," but video games, it's kind of a niche market. I kept hearing that a lot, and it's kind of, and it's totally understandable, because I think there's just a certain generation, and I'm one of those people in the generation that don't even though we played video games in the past and stopped playing video games, we kind of forget how big that market was, and so I have to remind people constantly. It's like, you can say it's a niche market, but when you have a video game like NBA Jam that grows 3 times the amount that Jurassic Park did that year, that's not a small audience, and now that audience, they're grown up and they have a lot of spending money and they have families and things like that. So, they're part of the general population. And I would always tell them, I would always kind of challenge that, saying, well, you know what, it's, do you have an Android phone or an iPhone? It's like, yeah, of course I do. Well, do you play games on it? It's like, yeah, of course I play games. Like, well, then you're a video game player. It's not a niche market. It's if anything, it's bigger now than it's ever been. And so once I explain that, then they get it. But it's so funny how, they think, oh, I stopped playing this game in the arcade or, on my old console. Yeah, but there's a whole multiple generations of people that are still playing, including people your own age. And it's always it's been a bit of trying to educate people to realize how big that market is. But it's kind of ridiculous that even to this day that there's still that attitude.
Mm-hmm. How do you guys sort of think about sort of tuning your critical eye for what you think is really important as far as all that history goes? There's enough for 10,000 pages of history, I guess, but you are narrowing down, and Blake, you have main characters, right? I mean, you've got Palmer Luckey and Tom Kalinske. You decided these people were the ones you wanted to focus on, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's largely how that decision is made from my perspective. It's finding those perspectives, like the vantage points I said, and really sticking with them. And there was a lot of very it's a 500-page book, so it's not short, but it could have been a 10,000-page book. There was so many fun little Easter egg anecdotes that I wanted to include, but I was trying to be very critical about making sure that it all was based on the central narrative and largely based in Console Wars on Tom's story. And so, the unfortunate part is then you lose other people's stories. I mean, I think the other thing too that was important with Console Wars was, I've always been a big believer in sort of that success is a collaborative, in many cases, a collaborative process, especially companies or organizations. Like West Wing was something that I always thought about, because you think about President Bartlett, and you would say, oh, he did this, or the administration did that, but it was really this whole team of people, and it was never usually somebody's single idea. It was like the whole organism working together. And so I did want to convey that. And so after picking Tom and the other key characters at Sega, like Shinobu Toyota and Paul Rio and Al Nilsson and Ellen Beth Van Buskirk, and making find if a detail was really fascinating but didn't really underpin a critical moment in Sega's success, or really have a perspective driven by one of those people, I chose not to include it. And so, again, what I always hoped with Console Wars was that it was successful, because obviously it's my baby and I want to be successful, and my life changed by writing it. But I just wanted to open the door as much as possible for other people to write things, or for me to be able to write things, to be able to write those stories that got left on the cutting room floor, and that was my favorite stuff to read and to watch.
Josh, how did you sharpen your focus as well?
Man, it was tough. I mean, for one thing, I don't know how Blake edited from his book to his film and so on and stuff, because I was like, for myself, I ended up editing the film myself, which was never part of the plan, but it was painful, and I was warned that it was going to be painful. The old statement is, you got to learn to kill your babies, and so that was really rough. And I think, so I ended up, I think story-wise, I probably had twice the amount of storylines that I ended up with. Otherwise, the movie would have been really long and only would have catered to like the hardcore fans and such, but it would have just been, way too long and boring. So I basically, I read this book by Walter Murch, who's the Francis Ford Coppola's editor. It's a fantastic book for film editors. And one of the things that I learned from it was that, and I think it was from this book, that it's not about what you keep in your film. It's all about what you take out. Like what you take out is what is going to, make your film great. Whereas a lot of people think, oh, it's all about, keeping things in and making sure everything is in. And once I learned that phrase, I realized keeping the film at a rapid clip, making sure it's all about the pacing. And the other statement was that, you're making a documentary, not an encyclopedia. And so that really changed my attitude towards it. So then I was able to take out things, as painful as it was, for the better of the films, because it needed to feel like a very fast-paced hour and a half. And even if not all the information is there, trying to compress that information in there. So if people were to look for it, they can find that information in other ways and not just somebody stating it for 5 minutes straight.
Mm-hmm. I am curious, Josh. I'm sorry, Blake. Again, I keep doing that. Blake,
we're doppelgangers. I mean,
I know, right? Yeah.
But as far as the conflicts that happen here that you're recording, I mean, you're reconstructing history, and you haven't witnessed this, right? And a little different from Josh, who lived through some of it. How do you sort of try to reconstruct that history in the best way possible, in a way that's also, entertaining for the readers?
Yeah. So one thing I would like to add to the previous question in terms of how do you sharpen your focus, because like Josh said, you're not making it as much as you might feel like an obligation to make an encyclopedia. You are making a piece of content that you want people to consume, and for me, I think it's also a lot about who you imagine as the consumer. And so I almost always think about my grandma. How can I make this story about 19-year-old Palmer Luckey creating a VR headset, which my grandma's never used, or Sega Nintendo, which my grandma knows nothing about other than that they used to be on my Hanukkah list. How do I make that story interesting to her? And then just using that prism as to force me to make those tough decisions that Josh is talking about. And a big part of my answer to that is that I don't want this to feel like an encyclopedia. I want my grandma, is that I want my grandma to feel like she's in the room with these people. And so, like you were asking about, the reconstruction aspect is very important to me. And I think that largely comes from firsthand perspectives, almost like an oral history in action. And then I'm a big believer that words matter, and that conversations and sort of the little stuff that you sometimes don't think is important is actually really important. And so Console Wars is very dialogue heavy. The History of the Future is pretty dialogue heavy, though less so. And I guess part of the answer is it's something that I've tried to refine. I think that in the History of the Future, I actually used a very specific tactic of, only using dialogue that I had audio recordings of people telling me the exact things, or me asking them the same question they were asked in the past, and putting their verbatim answer in there, because, and I'm sure Josh would agree as a documentarian, it's not always what people say that's interesting, it's how they say it that's interesting. And so I think that's important to capture, and that's something you can't do unless you actually put people in the moment, and let the reader sort of judge for themselves about what's being said or what's not being said, what's being left out. And I guess the other thing I would add too is, but Console Wars took me 3 years, and the History of the Future took me 4 years. So the answer is that I spent a lot of time. So,
we're getting down to a couple minutes here, so I'm going to try to get through, maybe see if we can get through some questions more quickly. I do wonder about critical feedback that's been interesting to you so far. Josh, I guess you've heard some of this, but Blake, you've probably heard a lot more. Blake. Yeah.
I mean, it's helpful. Sometimes it hurts to get negative critical feedback, but I think that I think that as a work of writing, the History of the Future is much better than Console Wars, though both stories are awesome, and I love both books. And I think a large part of that was because of some of the criticism that I got for the first book. And I tried. I definitely don't search the internet to see people saying bad things about me, but eventually I'll see something, and I always try to, use the litmus test. Like, if I were to do it over, would I act differently now hearing that feedback or not? And a lot of times I feel confident in my decisions, even if someone didn't like it, but sometimes there is good feedback. And then also, like, one of the reviews that always stood out to me was I got like a 1 out of 10 from the Telegraph, and the headline was "Console Wars is hideously false," and they were talking about how it's such an inaccurate representation of the era. And I remember getting emails from the subjects in Console Wars, the main characters, just kind of laughing because they lived through it, and they think the book is like a
wow,
very accurate recreation of what they went through. So I just thought it was interesting that the critic thought this was fake, but the people who were there thought it was real. And maybe just to wrap it all up, like the most important audience to me is the people. Sorry, Grandma, but it is the people that live through it, because they're the ones who will know whether it's true or not. I can make an interesting story out of anything, but that wouldn't make it a true story.
Sorry, we're getting close to our time now, but Josh, I want to give you a bit of a chance to talk about some feedback you've got as well, too.
Yeah, no, it's in general. So we had some reviews come out of screenings, South by Southwest screenings, private screenings and such. So the reviews have been really good so far. But it was interesting. More than a handful of reviews, they would contradict very specific parts of the film, which cracked me up. So they would say, like, this segment, out of everything, this segment, I didn't really think, wasn't really necessary. But then another review said this was like the most interesting segment of the film. So it's interesting to just see different critics like look at something in completely different ways. And coming from game development, I'm kind of used to that. So to Blake's point, my thing with this film was that when I screened it for the people who were involved in the film, the people I interviewed, they were going to be my toughest critics, because they were the ones that were there. They're going to know what I edited out, what I, how I put things together. And I just want to make sure that they saw it and they felt like I got the point across, even if I didn't get all the nitty-gritty details. And so that helped a lot, getting their approval on things. But in general, like the criticisms have been great. They've all, nobody is out to, burn my house down or anything. So I'm good with it.
All right. Well, good. Very good. Thank you both very much. And looking forward to seeing both these documentaries.
Thanks, Dean.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks a lot, Josh and Blake and Dean. And I understand that Josh and Blake will be in the Q&A room for the Boss stage now. So feel free to hop over there if you'd like to continue the discussion. So next up, why gaming will be at the future at the center of the future entertainment universe, talking about the very fascinating phenomenon of the convergence of Hollywood and games. And we have Josh Guadu, co-founder and president of Jam City, and Amy Allison as moderator, director of marketing and community at Skydance.
Hello and welcome to joining us at GamesBeat 2020. We are so excited today to have Josh Ikwata, and we're going to be discussing why gaming will be at the center of the future of entertainment universe and why Hollywood should be investing more, not less, into the space today. So I have the wonderful opportunity to moderate this talk with Josh because I have worked in the video game industry for 15 years. I have worked with Women in Games International for 12 years creating programs. And I've also worked with multiple Hollywood and TV studios, like with The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, which is the game I'm currently working on, Fox, Disney, Nickelodeon, etc. And I am also 100% a Jam City target demographic person. So Josh, thank you so much for joining us today. I was wondering if you could just introduce yourself and tell us about your amazing past.
I'd be happy to. So first of all, it's such a pleasure to join you today, Amy. This is going to be a lot of fun. So thank you for taking the time to do this. My background. So I'm co-founder and president of Jam City. We're one of the larger mobile entertainment companies in the world with more than 1 billion game downloads and 20 million monthly users. We founded the company in 2010. We have over 700 employees. We're based in LA with studios in San Francisco, San Diego, Toronto, Bogota, Buenos Aires, and now Berlin. And some of our top games include Harry Potter, Hogwarts Mystery, Cookie Jam, Disney Emoji Blitz, Panda Pop, and others. We've won some great awards like Facebook Game of the Year and Best Game of the Year awards from Google and Apple. And what else? And about me, before launching Jam City, I was a senior exec at Fox Entertainment Group, where I worked on a lot of TV projects, launched new networks, and then did a lot of digital work, working on Hulu, acquiring MySpace. And then before that, I was at Viacom working on some of the MTV networks. So I've had a pretty varied background, but I absolutely love being in mobile games now.
Well, it sounds like you might know a thing or two about a thing or two. So great. So I'm excited to get started. And I'm just curious about, like you mentioned in your background, that you were from Hollywood and film and TV. And then it sounds like you moved to video games when you founded Jam City. So why did you feel like that was the right move to make for you at that time?
Yeah.
Like what was happening 10 years ago that you were like, oh, great opportunities?
First of all, coming out of college and out of business school, I was so excited to work in TV. I actually loved this space because really, I think for the last 40 years, TV's been arguably the best media experience. So tons of variety available at the push of a button, every possible kind of content available. It can be educational, sports, drama, comedy. And it was easy enough to consume that there were huge network effects. There was the water cooler effect. So you could assume your friends may be watching the same big popular show at the same time. And you know, that makes media consumption that much more fun. I had always loved video games. I love that they're interactive and social and immersive, but it was hard to play games. So usually you consume games in multi-hour sessions. It's inconvenient. You have to be plugged into a console at your house. And then frankly, the content variety was pretty limited. There wasn't as much competition as there is now. So it was just inconvenient. And as a result, not enough people played games. But mobile completely changed that. And 10 years ago when we founded the company, we looked to Japan, we looked to China, we saw how quickly mobile games were taking over. And it was basically because of accessibility. Everyone had a console in their pocket. So the access was just basically zero. It was even easier than turning on the television at your home. Also, the session lengths were great. These games were designed for 5-minute sessions instead of, hours and hours. And then there was incredible competition. So, there's thousands of new mobile games launched in the App Store every day. half the world now plays mobile games. We really saw that coming 10 years ago. And we said we wanted to be at the forefront of where media was going. And it felt like mobile games were coming very, very quickly.
I agree. And like I said, I am your demographic, exactly. Like, I've worked in video games for 15 years, but I would say 95% of my gaming today is done in the mobile space. I don't know if it's because I'm a mom and I can't handle like a long journey without a short save point because I got to go make sure someone's, you know, not killing themselves or doing something that kids do. So I embraced it. And for a long time, it almost seemed like mobile gamers weren't involved in the whole like gaming world in general. So it seemed like it was a really brave move for you to be like, hey, you guys are really missing out. Like, this is where it's at. And I've played several of y'all's games, and I think you've done a really great job with not just taking one type of gameplay and like reskinning it for every single type of IP that you have. Everything seems very thoughtful, and it's like you went gung-ho and you went with quality. And that's what I really appreciate about Jam City. I didn't get a chance to tell you I'm a fangirl before we had this opportunity. So excuse me if I'm fangirling on it.
Thank you. Thank you.
But like you, I have worked in the games industry for a long time. And I know that Hollywood has had a unique relationship with us, right? Especially with mobile games, as it seems like it's been more of a marketing channel than a revenue stream for them. But it seems like people are really starting to change their minds about that with IP-driven games like Pokemon Go, Marvel Contest of Champions, and of course, you know, Jam City's Harry Potter, Hogwarts Mystery. So what do you think about that? And about just the medium of games in general in the Hollywood and entertainment space?
Yeah, I mean, so I'll take your first point first, which is I think it's such a great point that like very few people who play mobile games would ever call themselves a gamer. Like the identity that comes with console gaming doesn't seem to come with mobile gaming. A lot of our most dedicated players that literally will put hours in every day, if you asked them if they were a gamer, they'd say, of course, I'm not a gamer. What are you talking about? Yeah, I have some apps that I play with, but no, I'm not a gamer. So anyway, the idea of what a gamer is, I think, is definitely evolving. I think games previously were, I hate to say it, but they tended to be pretty male oriented. It tended to be young males. I think that's changed completely. We actually have at Jam City more female players than male players. I don't think that's uncommon for other mobile game developers. And so there's this democratization of games that's, I think, really, really changed the space for the better. It's not necessarily taking the place of console games. Console games are absolutely wonderful. But, you know, as it relates to Hollywood, everyone's playing games now, and gaming and mobile games in particular are one of the best channels for fans to interact with their favorite characters and world. So ultimately, and, you know, as I mentioned, I was in TV, I was in film. Ultimately, media is about consumer attention, right? So it's at the core of what makes media companies succeed. If you don't have the focus of your fans and, in our case, players, you don't have anything. So minutes of people's time is the ultimate currency, and games are commanding an increasing share of consumer time and attention. So much more than films now. It's going to exceed television shortly. So if you have a big IP, so let's take, we have a Harry Potter game, for example, right? So players of our Harry Potter game spend months and months with Hagrid and Dumbledore and all their favorite characters versus just hours in each book or film. And I love the books. I love the films. But what better way to build on a franchise and expand it than to give fans the opportunity to really immerse themselves in that world for days and days, or weeks and weeks, or months and months in many cases. So stupid data points, but I love this stuff. So our players have logged over 30 billion minutes of gameplay since the launch of the game in 2018. So that means, 50 million Quidditch matches, 2 billion spells, 2 million owl exams. It's just like people are living in this world. They're interacting with these characters. And if you ask me, if you're a franchise owner or a Hollywood studio, I just think it would be a huge missed opportunity if you didn't consider mobile games one of the best ways to reach out and interact with your core fans.
yeah, in this time of reaching out to find a little warmth in your day, I find that when I check in my mobile games, it's like a little bit of comfort. And if you have a franchise, like for example, a franchise I love everything Disney, of course, because you know who doesn't. And then of course I also love the Teen Titans. So like when you check in with those people like once a day to kind of like do a little bit, I find it brings a little bit of comfort, and it's almost like you're building a little bit of a relationship with a game. I don't know. Maybe I'm just really unhealthy about my gameplay, but like I do believe that if there's just some brands that I would literally buy everything that they do just because I want more interaction with those characters.
I have to say, and we haven't talked about this publicly, but we've seen a particular surge in popularity of our IP-driven games. I think there's like the familiarity of those Disney characters and those Harry Potter characters, and we can go on and on. We have tons of great games with familiar IPs, and those games seem to be popping even more than sort of our some of our newer in-house generated IP. Anyway, it's interesting. I think there's this return to nostalgia right now during these crazy days, you know?
Absolutely. And then, so obviously a lot of IPs have come to video games. But what do you think about IPs coming out of specifically the mobile market? Because that's what you're an expert in. You know, obviously we've had the Sonic movie with such great reviews, but that's all console stuff. So what about the mobile space? Like, what do you think the next future is in that, with the IP space exploding out of the mobile screen and onto other entertainment channels?
You know, that's a good question. I mean, I'm probably biased, but I really think games are a perfect source of IP. And you know, it's 10 years ago, mobile gaming didn't really even exist. So it's fresh in people's mind. And so the idea of competing with, you know, these classic Disney franchises or Marvel or Star Wars that have been around, you know, in many cases 20 or 30 or 40 years, it's hard to even imagine. But you know, there's something about games. Actually, Matthew Ball wrote this really, really good article basically comparing games and mobile games in particular to the golden age of comic books. And his point, which I think is just really insightful, is that in the 40s and the 50s, there were, you know, thousands and thousands of comic books. They were pulpy, they were iterative, some were copying others. You wouldn't call them like a bastion of literature or creativity, but out of that came these huge franchises that, you know, are the foundation of a lot of our entertainment world right now, especially Disney and Marvel specifically. And so the idea that mobile games are similar in that way, they're iterative. There are thousands produced every day. Some of them go viral and are huge hits. Others fall by the wayside. You know, all 1,000 of the games that are launched new games that are launched every day can't be hits. There's something, you know, survival. You know, we've had some success with our games. And I really truly believe that with a lot of our original IPs, there's real potential that they could be entertainment franchises of the future. And honestly, we're starting to make and design more of our games to have the depth and richness to potentially be those franchises of the future. So yeah, to answer your question, I think mobile games are, they could be one of the best future sources of IP that exist in the media landscape right now.
Well, I enjoyed I'm sure you remember Cut the Rope, and then they started making little cartoons, and my daughter really enjoyed those because they also had a whole, you know, physics learning aspect to them. But I think some of the largest IP expansion that we saw was Angry Birds. You know, it was one of the first mobile games to kind of like explode and be like socks and diapers and like literally everything under the sun was Angry Birds. I think they even have a theme park. So, you know, that was one that, you know, did. So either what do you think is our next Angry Birds, or like, what do you think that Angry Birds did that was so successful? And because they were really one of the first.
Yeah, I mean, they in some ways they were one of the first. In some ways, there have been other games that have also broken through. But yeah, I think Angry Birds by the way, I don't know if I read an article about it or saw a documentary, but the concept started basically with the art, and then they decided what sort of game mechanic to wrap it around. And so I think they just had these wonderful characters, this immersive world. It's a super basic casual game, and it really shows you that even a casual puzzle game can have the depth and richness to become something great, something that everyone is familiar with and wants to play with. I think there's different arguments about what the right rollout strategy is for different IPs and the right way to scale up to become a really big, successful franchise. I think they were one of the first mobile games going to sort of traditional media, and I think they had maybe a few missteps. I thought the films were great. I think there were some other areas they didn't have as much success. So, I don't think the story's fully written on Angry Birds necessarily. I think it'll be interesting to see how that franchise continues to evolve. But you're right, that's one of the biggest, most successful mobile games that's crossed over. But, I always tell people that I don't know if you know the biggest, most successful media franchise in the world, bigger than Star Wars, bigger than Marvel, bigger than classic Disney, is actually Pokemon. And so started out as a video game, has basically gone through every channel of different types of video games and video games generations. There's tons of merchandise. Obviously, there's television and film. But from a sheer revenue perspective, it's one of the biggest in the world. So, I think actually the idea of going from video games to traditional media is somewhat proven. And I just think it's going to take more time for more of these to break through, especially considering the amount of time people are spending with these franchises and these characters. And so I think, IPs like Mario and Zelda, they're 40 years old, which is shocking. It makes me feel dated. Final Fantasy and Street Fighter are 30 years old. Roblox and Minecraft are 10 years old. I mean, these are gigantic franchises. What will video game franchises like Fortnite look like 10 years from now or 5 years from now? Can we expect to see them on other channels and other platforms and in traditional media? I expect we will.
It's almost like the demographics of the fan base as they mature and switch to different types of media, like the company kind of follows in some ways, it's really fun to see how different companies are interacting with their communities to interact and how they evolve. Who do you think is really doing it well right now?
We do a lot of work with Warner Brothers and Disney, and they're amazing companies to work with. I mean, their franchises are the best in the world, and they really know their business. So they've been fantastic. I think we worked with Fox for a long time, that is now part of Disney, and that team is absolutely astounding. We've done, I think, 3 or 4 games with them. They were always amazing to work with. I think there's some smaller, innovative folks like Skybound that have done really interesting stuff. They're doing some in-house development, and they're also working with some third-party
amazing
studios.
Partners.
Amazing partners.
Amazing third-party studios like Skydance, yes.
Yeah, and Skydance. And Skydance is amazing too. Yeah, I mean, you guys are absolutely fantastic. So, there's a variety of really, really great partners out there. I think everyone's sort of waking up to the fact that mobile games are a really, really important channel, and I think it's only going to grow.
Yeah. So obviously, if the people who are watching these are running important studios, they're getting great advice. But let's think about some smaller media studios and some smaller IP people. Like, what advice would you give to them to be like, oh, like what you said with Angry Birds, it's like it might not have started as a game, it started as some art. How do you tell people of more modest means than Hollywood studios to think about their IP moving into like a mobile market as a possible vertical for them?
I think that's a great question. I think a lot of these traditional media businesses, they're so used to like obviously we have to have the best talent and we have to have the best director in our film. And then they think about mobile gaming, and sometimes I think they look past treating it with sort of the same seriousness and care. So I think number one, and budgets. Exactly. No, that's a real part of it, right? You can care about it all you want, but if you're not really putting budget behind it. But, I think working with some of the most proven mobile gaming talent and companies makes a difference. Like, it's not about getting the, biggest minimum guarantee from a partner. It's about, partners who have proven that they can make big, long-lasting games. Live operations is more important than ever. You don't just put a game out. As you know, you continue to support it for years and years and years. So having a partner that you're going to be in there with and working with for a long time, it's really important who you choose. So be careful who you choose. I think you got to have a really thoughtful slate strategy. I think some companies historically have sort of pushed out as many games as they could and kind of took the revenue up front, again, in minimum guarantees and fees. And maybe they missed some opportunity of having a more nuanced or balanced strategy where games weren't being launched on top of each other. As a result, each one could be more successful. You could really get behind it with coordinated media and marketing. And so I think being smart about your slate strategy is important. I think from like a prioritization standpoint, I think it's easy to say, I'm going to prioritize my film and make sure the game doesn't, being overly sensitive about the game stepping on toes of the film. And I think there's ways for them to work together and give both platforms the opportunity to have some freedom and really make the most of their mediums. Yeah. And then what you said, I think you got to have a serious budget for both development and marketing. And you shouldn't put it behind every single project. But if you have something that you think has the potential to become a $1 billion franchise, go
for it.
Don't skip out on those budgets.
That's smart. Well, Josh, I could talk to you about this all day. And of course, we went over because I was just so excited about your insight. But I wanted to thank you so much for having this conversation with us today. And thank you for GamesBeat for having us. And that's pretty much it. I hope you had a great time, everybody. Thank you so much for watching.
Thanks, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye.
Amy and Josh, you ready for your Q&A?
I think so.
Okay. Amy, can you see the Boss Stage questions yet? Or do you want me to read them?
I see only one from Mike Pappas at this point.
Go for that one, I guess.
Okay. Are we live or?
Oh yeah, we're live. Go ahead and ask.
Hey, everybody. Mike Pappas asked, I'd love to hear more about how Josh thinks about getting players to build bonds with his characters. How do things like dynamically generated content or AI-powered characters impact what he sees in the future? Especially when there's a need to balance that with staying loyal to the original brand or story.
Yeah, great question. And I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all answer to this. I think, first of all, players want to feel agency. And so I think if they truly feel like there's something interactive going on with the character, where they're giving and getting, and they feel like their decisions are making a real impact onto the game or the narrative or the direction of where the story is going, they're that much more likely to be tied to the character. So I think interactivity is really, really important and ultimately key. Number two, I think, and this is the art part before I go to the science, which is the AI, but on the art side, having an interactive game doesn't take away the requirement of having amazing writers, amazing artists, and creating sort of characters with depth where there's a really potential to feel like you're part of their world and they're part of yours. So the art and the writing is absolutely key. Last, honestly, we've done a ton with AI and machine learning in order to make our games difficulty be appropriate, in order to get the balance right, in order to make progress feel good. and we've also given them sort of the right types of events. We haven't done a ton around specific character development and how we can make sure that a player feels particularly connected to the player, but I actually think that's a great idea and probably something we could do more with.
All right, fantastic. I have another question from Jamil Moldina. Fans have so much more leverage today with their access to social media and streaming video. And he wonders what steps you take to integrate the fans in the process to ensure that you're authentically delivering what the fans are expecting.
First of all, hey, Jamil, nice to hear from you, buddy.
Hi, Jamil.
Love Jamil. Jam City, we put the connection and the relationship with the fans at the absolute forefront of our development process. So number one, when we're building a game, we typically have gaming insider groups who are basically super fans of the property. And this can take 6 months or 9 months of going back and forth, refining the concept, making sure we're really delivering on what players want and what hits sort of the sweet spot of the fandom of that world. And so in our process, we actually will not greenlight a game if we don't hit certain basically KPI requirements in terms of fans really, really wanting the product we're trying to deliver. So that's number one. Number two, once you've launched the game, and Jamil, you probably know this as well as anyone, it's such an iterative process. And the nice thing about games is when you put them out every week, that game changes. Every week there's new content, there's new events, characters change, storylines change. You learn very quickly what players love and what they don't love. So you're going to find out if certain storylines are putting characters in certain worlds. If fans don't want that, or if it doesn't feel right. And trust me, you will never do that again. And so the nice thing about our art form or our form of media is it's iterating every single day. And so as a result, I think we're really able to come up with something that fans feel is authentic. And if you go, if you go to the chat boards, if you go to sort of fan art sites, a lot of our games have very, very deep fan art because our players have gotten so into the characters and the worlds we've created. But great question. Thank you for that.
Fantastic. Dean has a really interesting question, and I know that you have a lot of studios around the world. He wants to know about where you find your best talent from, as far as people who came from the iPhone era, or people who came from the last 10 years of experience, or people who, like Supercell says, the people who worked on mobile games pre-iPhone. Like, who do you think brings the best kind of background to your staff?
Oh my God. So it's a good question because I'd say different generations of gamers bring different sensitivities or different strengths to the table. I honestly think our best games have kind of like, and I say multi-generational, it sounds like, grandfathers, parents, and kids, but multi-generational in terms of technology platforms. Folks that worked on console games back in the day, for instance, really have this appreciation for deep immersive storyline, RPG, how those characters evolve. Folks that were there sort of during the social gaming days, Facebook, et cetera, really get the social component, virality, how to make sure that you're playing with your friends, because that was such a core part of early social games. And then I think folks that came up during sort of the touch screen days understand the beauty, the tactile beauty of touching that screen and how that touch can become part of the gameplay. And as a result, the games feel that much more immersive and personal and deep. And so you bring all of those together, and I think you're going to come up with the best possible game than just having, a core team from one technological generation or another.
Yeah, variety is the spice of life and the spice to any sort of staff that you have. There's all so many different problems that have happened in each generation, but it's nice to have somebody with a little bit of experience to be like, I remember when we had 5 different phones we were making phones for, like games for, because back in the day it was rough. So it's always nice to have some good people on your team from all ages. Everybody does a great job. I'm afraid we're out of space or time.
Yeah, that's all the time for now. Remind me, Josh, are you able to go to a speaker Q&A room and continue this, or are you out of time now?
No, I'm good. I'm happy to join in Q&A.
Okay, all right. So we'll be sending Josh and Amy both off to the Boss Stage breakout room for more questions. All right. Thank you.
Thanks for doing this, Dean. This was fun. Take care.
Thank you. All right. And next, I'd like to introduce a talk with Mitch Lasky of Benchmark Capital, perhaps the most successful gaming investor ever. Maybe somebody wants to totally research that. And then Eric Goldberg of Crossover Technologies. Thank you very much.
Hi, welcome to the VentureBeat in conversation with Mitch Lasky, who is the most successful U.S. venture investor in games of the last 10 years. His successes include Riot Games, which was one of the first great exits to Tencent at the beginning of this decade. And more recently, he is in Discord, which is doing spectacular increases during the period of quarantine. In between, he's had a number of other game adventures, and he found time to be the Series A investors in Snap, which as of today is traded at roughly a 20 billion market valuation. I'm Eric Goldberg. I've been in games for many decades and have been an advisor and board member to a couple of exits that were only in the 9-figure range, including Playdom to Disney, PlaySpan to Visa, Pixelberry to Nexon, and continuing with the streak of Ps, I'm now a co-founder of Playable Worlds, an MMO play. Mitch, thanks for making time to be with us and to share what you can apply from your successes going forward.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks for having me.
So just to give some frame, what is the lens through which you look at the game ecosystem when you're looking to invest?
So I come to games investing from the operating side of the business. I was an operator working on the studio side of the video game business for many years before I became a venture capitalist and an investor. And so I come at it with a degree of humility in the sense that I realize how hard it is and how ephemeral consumer demand can be. And the one thing that I've kind of learned from my partners at Benchmark is to really approach investments as seeing the present very clearly as opposed to trying to predict the future. I think a lot of venture capitalists sort of fall into the trap of trying to become futurists and trying to look out over the horizon. And I've always kind of ascribed to the William Gibson aphorism that the future is already here, it's just unevenly distributed. And I've always taken it as a mandate to sort of look around and see what's actually happening. What are people actually doing today that augurs what the masses may be doing in the future? I think that's really the lens through which I view a lot of these things, which is, again, to look around and to really get a sense of what's really happening in the day-to-day. And then, look at the unit economics, look at the patterns, and try and see which of those trends, which of those things that are happening in the immediate present are extrapolatable into the future.
Okay, so if you want to summarize it to fortune cookie level, it's you look for pattern behaviors that either gamers are doing or game companies are doing in concert with game players, and then you plot a path to how it goes wide or goes deep. Is that fair?
So yeah, I think that is fair, and I think it's really to looking at sort of repeatable patterns, looking at things that we've seen be successful in other contexts, even in unrelated industries, and trying to form judgments and conclusions that make sense based on what we're seeing in the present day.
Let's fast forward to 2020, and can you give one or two examples of behaviors that we are seeing people do now that will become good game investment categories going forward? Can you just give us one or two examples?
So I think that it's pretty clear, and I think even accelerated in some sense by the current situation with the coronavirus, and that is the need to associate socially, the need to affiliate and to have social connectivity in games. And I know it's a topic we're going to potentially talk about in further depth later on in this conversation, but I'd say that that's something that is fairly obvious. I think there's a lot of interesting potential opportunities that flow from that. And we're starting to see, many examples of that in the present day. I think that's one. I would say another potential is user-generated content. I think we've, again, started to see sort of the tip of the iceberg there. And I have a very broad concept of user-generated content. I would include streaming, for example, on Twitch as a form of user-generated content. And so I think if you look at user-generated content super broadly across all the categories, I think there's a real groundswell of activity there, and it's given me confidence to invest in a company like Manticore that's going to play hopefully a leading role in user-generated content going forward.
If you're willing to count streaming as user-generated content, and it literally is, then you're talking about something that isn't just nascent. You're talking about something that is, a mass market activity. Or at least it's consumed from a mass market point of view. So are you saying that there is an opportunity there in something that is already a mass market, but we haven't yet figured out how to realize its potential?
I do. I think that there are many potential streams there, like no pun intended. There's a bunch of different ways to approach it, and I just think that the phenomenon of user-generated content, of secondary sort of user-driven content that's emerging from a game as a platform is something interesting and unique, and I think that there's plenty to mine there. I think it takes you from esports on the one hand to just casual streaming on the other hand to game sandboxes like Roblox and other things like that. And so I think all of those things you could look at under that umbrella, and I think again that's a really fruitful area of investment, because I see a lot of passion amongst the users for that kind of content. I've come full circle kind of on the augmented reality and virtual reality fronts, maybe not so much on the virtual reality front, but more on the augmented reality front. And I do think that there are going to be some interesting opportunities, particularly if, as we expect, we're going to get some hardware support from Apple upcoming, and potentially from some other companies that will help enable a more robust augmented reality universe, because I do see a number of really interesting trends. Again, as a former Snapchat investor and board member, I saw a lot of what I would call kind of early augmented reality in the form of filters and lenses and other things like that, that really, again, gave me the sense that there's a real mass market opportunity here. If we could just get the user interface right, if we can find the right kinds of experiences to get people excited.
Well, historically, as you and I have discussed over the years, the issue with user-generated content is trying to make sure that so much of it sucks. In fact, if you look at, for instance, IMVU, an early success story, when they had 1.5 million users, they estimated that 30,000 actually created stuff that was worthwhile, and when it got down to it, it was just 3,000. So you're talking about 1/5 of 1%. And when we gave a talk a number of years ago, it was, if you can get to 95% sucks, 3% is sort of useful, and 2% is helpful. Is it a matter, where are the opportunities in twiddling the dial? And you suggested making it easier to create things, as Snapchat has, but where would you narrow in on? Where would be you narrow in on the opportunities to make UGC valuable for a change?
So I think there's a number of different things embedded in that question. And I think so on the one hand, curation is part of it, obviously, and bubbling up the really good content to the surface and highlighting it and getting it broadly distributed and focusing sort of the microscope on the best of the user-generated content is something that, look, there's certainly a lot of examples of that in our life today that we can look at YouTube, for example, right? It's like you rarely go to the front page of YouTube and see a kind of crappy webcam video of somebody sitting in their room with 4 subscribers talking about nothing, right? It's like they've gotten very good algorithmically at surfacing the kind of content that they think you want to watch, and the kind of content that is of a high enough quality that the community is going to be able to support. So I think there's opportunities out there, I think, to do some really heavy curation and solve that sort of 95/5 problem that you alluded to on the one hand. I think that's good. I think there's narrow casting also, right? There's user-generated content that is really appealing to you and your friends. And again, I'd sort of put some of the streaming content into that category where yeah, it may not be mass market consumable, but it may be potentially interesting to 10, 12, 15 people. And if, again, we can identify those people, and those people are basically already kind of in a community where that user-generated content can get to them relatively easily, I think that's potentially interesting as well. So I'm bullish that we've got technology and we've got sort of patterns that will help us move in that direction without I think the downside that you alluded to earlier of just sort of, low quality content overwhelming the platform. I'd also look at Roblox, right? It's like, it took a while. And if you looked at Roblox, and as I did back in 2007, 2008, the early content on Roblox was not great. But as they refined their engines, as they figured out how to surface content, as they got in touch with better and better creators who were going to spend more time and money bringing better and better content to market, the quality just skyrocketed, and now it's one of the most successful game services that we have. So again, I think that I'm optimistic.
However, let's back up and go and deal with the 8,000-pound pathogen in the room, or the 8,000-pound pathogen in the world. We have, you and I discussed, a world historical event going on, which is changing the way we work, live, and play, all in not very happy ways. Can you set the frame, because you are in a financial business, about what this means from a macro level as it applies to game investing?
You'd be hard pressed to argue that this isn't going to be an enormous benefit to the gaming business. On the one hand, I think you and I have in our past conversations have had some difference of opinion about sort of how important the economic shock is going to be long term. I do think in the short term it's going to benefit companies that are selling things as opposed to companies that are providing entertainment in exchange for advertising, because I think those advertising dollars are going to be under some pressure, at least in the immediate future. So I think that's something to keep an eye on. But I do think looking at the numbers that I've seen, just the stuff that's been dribbling out since the month that we've been in lockdown, I think the games business is going to be a net beneficiary in a lot of ways.
Right. So let's talk about money. We're going to go into at least a temporarily poor world. I'm not asking you to predict how the coronavirus will play out, because if you are, you shouldn't be wasting your time as a venture capitalist if you can pull that off. But we're now going to be dealing with an audience that at least will pause before they reach for their wallet, because they've just seen a much greater degree of uncertainty, and the 10 years of happy times, at least for people in the higher socioeconomic strata, has been put into a short, sharp shock. How is that going to play out, even if game consumption is going up?
It's interesting, and I actually think it may potentially be somewhat immune. Again, this may be wishful thinking on my part, but I have seen some signs. I mean, you look at the Netflix numbers that were released yesterday. You look at some of the rumored numbers out of Roblox. What I've seen from Discord and from some other games companies that I have inside information about, and really, revenues and monetization are more robust in many ways than they've ever been. And it may be that people are willing to spend on entertainment. I mean, it's hard, right now, if you wanted to go out and buy a Nintendo Switch, it's relatively hard to do. They're sold out almost everywhere. And so I think, there's at least some evidence that consumers are willing to spend on entertainment through this, at least in the short term. I think if we end up in a very prolonged recession or even depression on a not just a U.S. but a global basis, I think that then I would tend to agree with you that it would have more profound implications. And again, I think what we're going to see is an erosion of ad-supported gaming in the short term, and a more robust performance by the paid gaming in the short term.
Right, because the issue over here is there's no question that entertainment has picked up dramatically. It also helps, as you point out, that some of the competition for dollars is going away. The only entertainment business that's larger than the games business, which is generally cited around 138 to 170 billion, is video, which is 300 billion. But if you can't make new video, that gives games an opening, even if the amount of games decrease. But you have to look, since you're usually a Series A investor, you generally have to look somewhere between 3 and 9 years ahead. And let's assume that video has solved the problem. Video has solved the problem that they can actually get their pipeline going again. Either that or they're doing a hell of a lot of animated films. But what are the changes in terms of going forward and looking forward? What are the changes in terms of game consumption that you think are likely to happen?
When you really pose it through the lens of the 3 to 9 year criteria, I think it becomes extremely difficult. And again, it gets me into that uncomfortable zone of predicting the future, which I really don't like to be in a position to do. But I would say that one of the things that is going to be interesting to see is how a game imagine a game like Pokemon Go releasing this summer, right? It would have zero opportunity, right? It would be dead on arrival. And yet, 5 summers ago, or when that game came out, it was a phenomenon. It was a broad cultural phenomenon, and I think you may see little sort of micro pockets like that where certain kinds of content are enabled at the expense of others.
So you would describe there's a window. In the short term, there's a window of opportunity if you want to break a new game, or you want to have a game that's doing well and then take it to the next level, because that's the arbitrage opportunity that you can take for long-term benefit. Let's take the other side of the coin in terms of the scenario. We are going to wake up to, in all likelihood, a poorer world. I mean, we've had 5 to 6 trillion of wealth wiped out. So in 2009, as you among others have pointed out, Facebook's usage went through the roof after the global financial system started to melt down, but their actual revenues decreased while their operating expenses increased. Are we looking at that for games, or how are we going to avoid it?
Possibly. I do think that the way I'm currently thinking about it, my current mental model is that you're going to still see consumer spending. You're still going to see relatively robust consumer spending. I think it's going to the extent that you're right, we are living in a poorer world, and people are going to have to make entertainment choices. They're not going to be able to, put their dollars against all of the things on the map in the entertainment space they might have put in a more prosperous time. There may be winners and losers. It may hyper concentrate to the big games, and it may create some potential choke points for some of the smaller games. Hard to say, but I do believe that consumer spending on entertainment is anti-fragile, if you will, that it will be in a position to survive even if we are in a fairly prolonged economic malaise.
Let's move on to next generation social gaming. First, it would be useful if you would define social gaming, which, of course, burst into the gamer consciousness with Facebook games in 2009.
Really, when you start to look at what was happening from really the mid to late 80s through the 90s with the massively multiplayer online games first, and then later in the 90s with Doom and Quake and some of the first-person shooters and the LAN parties. Those were really, I think, the beginnings of what I think of as social gaming in the modern context. And then again, you had the rise of multiplayer mobile gaming, typically asynchronous. In the early days, I don't think there's really been a whole lot of activity around highly synchronous mobile gaming at the same level as some of the asynchronous stuff. And then more recently, the sandboxes like Roblox and others. So I do think we've had these sort of waves of social gaming, but all of them have kind of increased the connectivity, increased the communication, and now we've got all kinds of tools associated with those. So again, I'm very, very bullish about social gaming, and I think we're living in a really exciting time for that genre, that phenomenon.
One of the great ironies about the so-called social games that Zynga, Playfish, and Playdom created was they were actually antisocial. The only interaction that the systems rewarded around 2008 to 2009 was Eric gets Mitch to join, and then the game did not reward any further actions or interactions. Can you describe some of the things like game as performance and theme parks and AR palimpsests that you talked about in terms of what the next generation of social games are?
Sure. I mean, I think the theme park part of it is really interesting to me. Again, not to talk my own book too much, but we have an investment at Benchmark in Manticore. Manticore's creating a really fascinating product on top of Epic's Unreal Engine that allows designers to build experiences really, really quickly and at a very high quality, and then link them together with experiences from other designers into sort of a continuous surface of gaming. They're sort of all kind of flowing from a central hub in a very Disneyland kind of way, where which is very promising. I think it takes some of the things that we learned from early experiments in this area, like Linden Lab's Second Life, which I was on the board of very briefly before I joined Benchmark. So I got some experience sort of seeing how that worked and how it didn't work in other ways. And I think there was a lot there. There was a lot of potential in some of those early experiments. And I think we now have the tools, and we now have users really with enough experience and with enough desire to be in worlds like that, where I think there's a real chance to make something like that viable.
Let's cover the one other social element that we've alluded to. With the rise of Minecraft, when you and I were growing up, games were all about interacting. It was about you play me, or we play with other people. As recently as 2019, the amount of game consumption is now close to 20% spectating in the US, and it's somewhere between 30 and 40% spectating in parts of China. How does that play into your social gaming present that will be extrapolated into the future?
So to me, the opportunities in what I guess you're calling spectation or in observation of games as opposed to playing of games is a really interesting one to me, and one that I've spent a lot of time thinking about. I think obviously, no secret. I mean, Twitch is an incredibly successful company, and the ability to watch other people play games on Twitch has become an incredibly popular activity. One of the things that's been interesting as I've watched that phenomenon grow over the last several years is just the rise of this class of entertainer streamer. And the idea that in some ways the person who's doing the streaming is a lot more interesting and important than what is being streamed, to the point where I think there was some data earlier in this year that Twitch had reached a crossover point where non-game streaming had the eyeballs on non-game streaming had exceeded the eyeballs on game streaming, which was a very interesting moment for me, because it suggested again that it's about the human element. It's about watching how people are behaving and interacting in these worlds, rather than something about the games themselves that was making them interesting. And that in some ways ran contrary to what my assumptions were. I had sort of entered this and had started thinking about the spectator experience very much through the lens of, how can a game essentially be a narrative generation machine, and how can we use that narrative generation machine to tell stories that would be as compelling as classic linear entertainment. And I've really come to a different conclusion, which is that it really starts with the with our affinity for the human being that's behind the camera, or in front of the camera in this case, and less so about whether or not they're playing Call of Duty or CSGO or League of Legends or whatever. It's really more about them than it is about the game itself. And maybe that's just because the games themselves these days are relatively poor as narrative generation engines. And it may be that when we have better narrative generation engines, we'll have better experiences. But I think at this particular point in time, I've really changed my tune a bit on that. Before we move on, I wanted to also make a point about about that your expectation argument really in the context of what we're seeing in the current pandemic with esports, which I think is really interesting, right? So you think about I was the other day watching the iRacing, the NASCAR iRace that was televised, where they had the actual NASCAR commentators, talking over the gameplay that was being generated by a bunch of real NASCAR drivers who were playing on various simulators in their homes, or some of them were playing on PCs, some of them on really full-blown racing simulators, and it was an incredibly exciting race. And there were, I think, somewhere close to 1 million people. I think over 900,000 people watched the stream on television as it was televised. Now, part of that is obviously we're starved for watching sports, and so I'm not sure how sustainable that is going forward. But again, it speaks to that idea that it may be more about the streamer than the stream. And it was really the idea that we were watching professional race car drivers who we already knew, whose personalities we were already familiar with. I don't think it would have been the same if it was just a bunch of kids iRacing around the world. There was something unique about that experience of watching those particular people race in the simulator. And I think, as we've seen again with the NBA and with MLS, where there have been FIFA games and NBA Live games that are being played by the players themselves, and then maybe some esports personalities alongside them. That's really produced audiences that at least television audiences that these esports only dreamed of in the past. And so I think that sort of again supports that notion that at least at this moment in time, it may be more about the player than the game.
Now let's move on to your other area of the current battleground and distribution. Do you want to why don't you start by framing where you see the major opportunities and the threat in terms of people controlling the choke points?
It's the most important part of this, how the games get from the creators to the audience, and how that changes, and how the economics of that shift over time and the like has been really the most fascinating part of the video game business in a lot of ways, as we've transitioned from packaged goods to online to mobile, now to streaming, to a bunch of other areas. And again, I mean streaming in the sense of more sort of the Stadia, Gaikai kind of streaming, as opposed to the Twitch kind of streaming. So I think we just semantically keep those things separate. But I think we're at a really interesting point in time right now, where we have multiple competing paradigms in the distribution arena in a way, and multiple successful paradigms that I think is unique in the sense that we've, in the past, certainly we've had times where there were competing paradigms, but usually there was a dominant paradigm. And I think in this particular era, that's not the case. And so I think it's gotten way more interesting. So just to summarize, I think you've got, the traditional console kind of business, where you're still selling primarily a packaged good, or if you're selling a digitally distributed good, it's still more or less a packaged good that you're buying and just downloading, as opposed to receiving a shiny disc. So you've got that. You've got the e-commerce paradigm, which I would say, you see in the context of Steam, the Epic Store, some of the stuff Microsoft's doing, EA Origin, et cetera. You've still got the mobile app store paradigm, which is extremely successful, and in aggregate, although I think it's a feast or famine for the participants in that ecosystem, as it's largely uncurated, and there's a few winners and a lot of people that are just sort of skating by. And then you have this new paradigm of subscription games as service, primarily around the upcoming streaming services that are on the, we've seen the launch of Stadia from Google. We're likely to see more effort in this regard from companies like Microsoft, potentially Amazon. And so all of those things are really competing for consumer dollars at the same time, and all of them are providing interesting opportunities for games companies to get to market in ways that really we haven't seen those kinds of choices for game developers in the past. So I think it's a really interesting time to be thinking about distribution, because I do think that we are in this sort of liminal period where there isn't yet a transition to a new dominant paradigm.
But one of the things that you did this entirely in the frame of opportunities or competition between very, very large companies. Where are the venture opportunities in this the clash of these four distribution paradigms?
Well, I think this was an area, the venture opportunity was an area we saw, again, relatively early on, and it's sort of a subtle thing to describe, but when we were looking at things like, World of Warcraft, again, World of Warcraft came from a big company, but let's just take it in its isolation. When we were looking at things like League of Legends, when we were looking at what was going on in some of the Korean and Chinese game markets with some of the games that were getting launched as online services over there, a lot of people were looking at those companies as content plays. And we were looking at them at Benchmark really as distribution plays, as opportunities to really next generation distribution plays. And to give a shout out to Ben Thompson over in Taiwan and his Stratechery blog, the concept of aggregation theory, where the idea of if you can aggregate a large enough audience on the demand side, then you can exert an enormous amount of leverage over the supply side. As my partner Bill Gurley would say, you look at a two-sided marketplace, the demand side is always the hard part. The supply side is rarely the hard part. And yet, if you look at the history of the video game business and distribution in general, most of the packaged goods companies really concentrated primarily on the supply side, controlling, owning game studios, owning shelf space, path to market, and really they were having to reinvent their audiences with television advertising, print advertising, et cetera, every time they released a new game. It was highly inefficient. And so I think what we've seen it with the growth of the internet and some of the, these new models is an idea that if you can forward integrate with the on the demand side with audience, you can create really interesting opportunities. So look, an example of this in the market today is the Epic Store. Epic aggregated an enormous audience through Fortnite. And then they launched the store really as an adjunct to it, and they're trying to leverage the audience that they've been able to bring in to their game. And use it to basically sort of reverse integrate with supply by going out to game developers and getting them to put their content on the store. Steam did something very similar, 8 to 10 years ago. And I think we started to see that happening in some of these larger multiplayer games as services. Really, they were sort of shining examples of this kind of aggregation theory. Now, some of them haven't really crossed over and really started to leverage the supply side. Some of them have really been content, as Riot has for really the last decade, to just sort of milk the single game. Although, you saw how much that audience mattered with the release of Valorant, in the last couple of months. Like, they were able to really leverage that forward integration with audience to make an enormous splash with their new tactical first person shooter. So I think it's still a viable way to think about it, and I think it's still something very important as a venture investor to focus on.
Can you describe quickly how the esports landscape has changed, or at least has been reinforced by the current developments?
Yeah, it's been somewhat unfortunate in the sense that, I think one of the things you and I have talked about over the years, one of the flaws in the way that esports has gone to market is that it could never really generate meaningful media dollars. That really the revenue was primarily being generated, at least at the sort of team and player level. I'm not talking about at the publisher level, and I've written about this. You can go and check it out elsewhere. But basically the idea that the real winner in esports to date has been the publishers, because they've gotten all this free marketing for their products, and they've supported these leagues. The leagues aren't really generating the lion's share of the revenue. It's really the revenue is really being generated by the companies that own the games that are the subject of the esports. So, but putting that aside for the time being and just looking at sort of the team and player monetization opportunity, it's been a lot of endorsements. It's been advertising. It's been events, prize money, things like that. And it hasn't really been TV. It hasn't really been online media, pay-per-view, other kinds of things like that. And I think had they taken the opportunity to really concentrate on establishing a base for those monetization opportunities, they'd be in a lot healthier position right now. But I'm not bullish about what's happening currently, because so much of the revenue is dependent on the kind of events, the kind of gate receipts for those events that are really going to be difficult to come by if we're in a prolonged social distancing experience right now. So yeah, I'm more excited at the moment by things like the iRacing, NASCAR, the iRacing that's going on in Formula One in Europe, some of these other things that are happening, and some of these synergies between real sports star power and esports, because those actually have television opportunity in the present. And if we could establish some viewing patterns, if we could get people excited about watching those kinds of experiences in the present, hopefully we can carry those things through to the future. And maybe that provides a little bit of an opportunity to start to bring in some of the what I would call traditional esports players, and sort of put them on the same stage side by side with some of these more recognizable personalities.
This may make more obvious a fundamental issue with esports. If you look at something like League of Legends, which obviously you were there for the rise to when it is played, and the game is known by several tens of millions of people. That's a very large number, but it is a very small number relative to something that is an esport or a spectator sport. You compare it to auto racing, several billion people understand what it means to watch a car go around a race and go fast, but only several tens of millions of people understand what's happening when people are playing at the top level in League of Legends. And I think this gets back to the spectating opportunity that we talked about.
I agree with that. And I got a lot of shit for this. Like my partner Bill Gurley put out a tweet where he was quoting out of context something that I said in a partners meeting when we were talking about esports. And I made the comment that esports was golf. And Bill found that to be amusing enough to tweet out, but stripped of its context, people then just piled on and said I was an idiot for saying that esports was like golf. But what I really meant by that was that it, like golf, sort of outside of its entire history, except for maybe a couple of Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods years, where you had somebody in the sport who was recognizable enough to be mass market and broadly appealing and would bring in a non-golfer to watch. You look at sort of golf on television, and it's almost all of the advertising is either, sort of gerontological medicine or golf accessories, right? I mean, it's just, the audience is so narrow. Now that audience spends and it's interesting and it's with the few events a year that sort of can break out, like the Masters or some of these other sort of majors. Those are interesting enough from a kind of pseudo mass market sporting perspective, but primarily you have to play in order to find it interesting. And I think that there's a real analogy there to the kind of viewership of the League of Legends, of the Overwatch League, where if you don't play or you're not sitting next to somebody who can really kind of shepherd you through what to look for and what to watch for, they're incomprehensible.
Anyway, so Mitch, thank you very much for sharing your perspectives. We'll have a Q&A shortly afterwards where people can, one hopes in addition to pitching you their wonderful startup, which they knew about before they listened to a word of, they can actually follow up some of these ideas and perhaps be inspired to look towards making those opportunities better than they would have been before this session. And I look forward to seeing what your next investments which will take advantage of some of your theses. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Eric. Always fun to talk to you, and thanks to GamesBeat for having us.
Okay, we can bring Eric and Mitch on stage for some short questions, and after that, they're going to move on to the Q&A room. You guys all set? If you have those questions in the boss stage.
Okay, well, I'm actually going to take a question off the Slack channel. One of the Mihai asks, is the VC model appropriate to building great studios? And he observes that VC firms seek exits on a 4 to 5 year timeline, though actually the cycles for most funds are 7 years, and often it may be insufficient runway to be able to get a studio out. And he cites the example from films of it took Pixar 9 years to get to Toy Story. Mitch?
That's a really good question, and I think unfortunately the kind of weaselly answer that I'm going to give is that it depends. Again, when I've historically looked at it, it's interesting because I wouldn't say accused, but I often am targeted as someone who invests in content. And Eric, as you know, we've had this conversation many times in the past. It's like I don't really invest in content. I invest in sort of content-enabled platform or distribution or technology or something else. I view content as sort of a honeypot, as an attractive way of aggregating audience, because what I really believe is that the value is in that aggregated audience rather than in the content itself. So I think it's a long way of saying that I think for a studio, a pure studio that's really going to be a cash flow business, making its money by monetizing end users in a game, a single game, or a small number of games, I would say, yeah, venture is kind of a tough one. The exit opportunities tend to be few and far between. Games don't really get high multiples often in those in M&A for whatever reason historically. So I would say, yeah, it's tough in those categories. But where you do have something that has content attributes on the one hand, but also platform attributes, publishing attributes, et cetera, then I think venture is appropriate. And I've tried to seek out sort of those aspects when I invest.
There's a related question that Dean posed, that it was unusual to see Riot Games take 10 years to make a second game after League of Legends. And they appear to be an exception that defies the rule about studios doing multiple titles. Should they have done a game every few years more frequently, or are they because of League of Legends, are they simply something that is not instructive for other studios to look at?
Well, it's again, there's sort of two parts of the answer to that question. One is, it's very hard to argue with their success over the last 10 years. And they've obviously generated so much revenue and so much profit during that 10-year period that I guess sort of, the glib answer would be they kind of didn't need to do anything other than League of Legends, because League of Legends was such a powerful franchise. I think beyond that, League of Legends was kind of a service, and it was something more than a single game experience. Its renewability, their ability to release additional content over time, the esports angle, and many other things which continued to refresh that content, I think also helped to prolong it and to make it unnecessary for them to necessarily wade back in. But again, you see the power of aggregated audience, where they can then come to market 10 years later with a game in a completely different genre and make such a big splash.
Hey guys, we'd like to transition you over to the offstage Q&A room to answer more questions there and introduce the next talk. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dean.
Mitch and Eric. And yeah, you guys can turn off your cameras and leave. Let's see. So now we have Andy Vaughn, Developer Relations Manager at Dolby, and Jamil Maladina of XP Consulting.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Jamil Maladina, I'm the principal of XP Consulting. I've been in the game industry for 20 plus years, and so is my guest, Andy Vaughn. He manages developer relations for Dolby. And maybe, Andy, you could tell us a little bit about your background as well.
Sure, sure. I've worked for a long time in various media types, worked in mobile, worked in gaming throughout all of that, but I've had the pleasure of working with video game studios for the past 6 or 8 years, and it's been a tremendous exciting job.
Fantastic. We're here to talk about spatial audio, and more specifically, why you should care about it. Andy, that's kind of a provocative statement for someone that works at Dolby. Maybe you can take us from the top. Most people know Dolby as a company that provides improved audio for film, for television, for home theater. Tell us why people should care about Dolby in games in the first place.
Sure. We have a long history of working in games. Since the Nintendo 64, we've been involved with game studios to provide next level audio in the games that come out. And whether people were playing in stereo or surround or mono, it didn't matter. We wanted to make sure that the original artist intent, in this case, the audio teams and video game studios, actually were able to have their work heard correctly on the other end of the pipeline. So our technologies have served us well to do that over the past years.
So how did Dolby get its start in games? What was the first title, and what was the context around that?
Sure. King Arthur's World is the first title that incorporated Dolby technology that was delivered in Dolby Surround. At the time, people were playing in mono and stereo, and so opening the entire environment up to a wider channel performance gave people that sense of being in the game.
Okay. So that sense of immersion has been, talking to you guys for a while and working with you guys very closely, that sense of immersion is really critical to you. And one of the things I've picked up also is that you're not necessarily trying to sell people something. You're trying to improve the game experience. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a very fair assessment. We continually say we are not successful unless our creative partners are successful. A technology that doesn't get used or improve the experience isn't worth the time. At this point, we're seeing audio teams really able to ramp up their work to match some of the eye-popping stuff you see with HDR content these days. And I think that gives us a really beautiful result with so much power out there and new machines, new consoles, so much compute power available. Audio teams can take advantage of that too and deliver a lights out next generation performance.
Okay, let's unpack this a little bit. So what constitutes next generation audio? Let's get into it. What is spatial audio? I think most consumers and most lay people would understand stereo. You got multi-channel, you got surround sound, which is also multi-channel. What is spatial?
Sure. Spatial, you'll hear this called 3D audio or immersive audio. Essentially, it's the same concept. And the idea is that both stereo and surround were limited to the horizontal plane for a very long time. And so simulating height was something that was extremely difficult for developers to accomplish. And they would rely on, tricks like Doppler and phasing to be able to simulate height. Well, with spatial audio, the platforms that are out there now have added the capability to reproduce audio on the height plane, and to represent that as objects within the room as well. So in the past, where you had a stream of audio coming out of one speaker and panning, now we can render objects in the middle of the room that sound like they're in the middle of the room right next to you.
And what does that do emotionally for the player to be in the middle of the room like that?
Yeah, emotionally, I think on the purely emotional front, I think this gets players to really dive into the game. And there are some great examples out there. The folks at IDOS Montreal built Shadow of the Tomb Raider and have some really great videos out on YouTube about how they built a world in sound using spatial audio, and that they were able to build environments purely in audio and spare some of the resources necessary to video in rendering things that only in audio, and being able to have those in the environment without having to devote heavy graphic resources to them. They're worth watching.
That's really great. It's one thing to hear you say it. It's quite another to hear actual developers talking about how the technology helped their game. But along those lines, having been a developer myself, one of the challenges, hearing a platform or a tech company telling me about a really cool tech that makes my game better, there's always a cost even if it involves, my engineer's time. So walk us through what the actual overhead is involved here.
Sure. On the platforms that are available today, and I'll use the Microsoft Spatial Audio platform as our example because Windows and Xbox devices both have access to the Spatial Audio platform. They've simply spun up a new set of APIs that are very similar to the pre-existing APIs. So in the past, you'd use Windows Audio Session APIs. Now you use Spatial Audio Session APIs, and those exist in tandem with the older APIs as well. Those plug into your game pipeline the way they always did. The new APIs are addressed out of common middleware, so Fmod and Wise. They both have spatial audio capabilities. So in essence, you're building the game the way you always did. You're just taking advantage of the additional positioning. Now, I should say, people do tend to upgrade their studios a little bit with extra speakers to make sure they're hearing that positioning correctly. And it takes a little bit of time just to get used to working in spatial audio. But we see teams, after they get over that first hump of understanding what they're working with and how much power they have, really deliver some incredible experiences that have shocked us at Dolby in a good way.
That's very helpful context. I mean, so it sounds like basically it's a very familiar workflow, and you can apply basically mix once and deploy everywhere is what I'm hearing.
That is the intention and the hope. There's some muscle memory we have to overcome with the greater industry. In the past, audio teams would deliver a full surround mix, and then they'd step back and deliver a separate mix for headphones to make sure it was as sharp as it could possibly be. We believe this technology helps remove that extra mix step, and thanks to Microsoft, the platform actually does that, what's called folding down from a full surround context to a stereo context neatly. Moreover, the spatial audio platform has also made it possible to deliver the full spatial signal to a set of headphones as well. So maybe stepping down to stereo isn't necessary anymore. If we can deliver a full spatial mix to a set of headphones, less twiddling, less mix to work, and more sharpness and mix throughout.
That's fantastic. So it seems, hearing you describe it, it sounds like something that would really help a lot of emerging trends in games as well. Like if you take esports, for example, you have professionals that depend on knowing where they are in space and where attack is coming from, where bullets are flying. It seems like this could be an edge in your own bottom line if you're a prosumer, a professional athlete in esports.
Very much so. With advanced positioning and with the ability to really precisely locate things within a game with audio, we feel like that gives competitive players an edge, at least in understanding the environment that they're in, where the threats are coming from, how close they are, things like that. And, you could say, is this a cheat? And we've had that question before. I prefer to look at the analogy of using the best sneakers to run on the track. I'm not running in my sandals. I'm running in running shoes instead.
Very nice. Very cool. So, I mean, Dean has asked us to think about the dawn of the new generation. And it seems like that's a question that applies on a number of fronts. You're talking about consoles that have a new iteration, a new evolution coming. You have entirely new types of platforms like cloud game streaming. You have new types of companies getting involved. You have 5G network providers that are getting involved. It seems that for every time you have this kind of leap from the platform side, they rely on content. Content is king again. But audio is half of that content delivery, right? So does Dolby have a strategy for approaching these changes in the marketplace and in platforms? How are you guys thinking about that?
Yeah, we are definitely thinking about that. We're really interested in tying into the platforms that exist out there today and making sure those experiences are uniform. And as you suggest, there are challenges and solutions that are coming. More robust data networks are going to give us a much wider pipeline to play with in cloud gaming, and that will be necessary. Like it or not, spatial audio takes a little bit more data to deliver. Not a lot, but enough that it could make a difference on a cloud context. So the platforms and robust data delivery are going to help us there. I also think we're at a point where games have kind of grown this notoriety for being an experience that you live and breathe every single day. And with the dawn of the new generation of games, these next generation platforms, when they take advantage of these next generation features like spatial audio and HDR video and the things that really grab gamers and put them in the seat. I think that adds life to these games across all platforms. When those experiences are so believable and so livable, that's a beautiful thing for everybody. And I think that's something that games have been shooting for a long time. So audio would be, especially spatial audio, would be a great tool in the box to accomplish that.
And, not to put too fine a point on it, during our current pandemic crisis of wanting to get away from it and really getting into another world.
Yeah, I think I've leaned on my Xbox quite a bit over the past couple of weeks just to disengage. I will tell you, I am no better at Forza Horizon 4, but I sure am enjoying playing it, and it's a nice departure from the bad news, the worry, the concern. It is nice to be able to get away and literally check out and just live a different life for a little while.
Totally. Along those lines, tracking everything that is happening in the marketplace today, another one of the trends that we've talked about is the growth of kind of the prosumer class. That historically, the game industry has been divided into a camp that is the consumers, the players, and the creators, the developers, the publishers. But now we have a kind of middle area or multiple points on this continuum, whether they be streamers on Twitch or YouTube that are sharing their play of the game, or you have people actually creating game elements in platforms like Roblox. It seems like there's a creator economy that is forming where the consumer participates in a revenue stream here as well. How does Dolby look at that? How do you guys provide value in that chain?
Yeah, I think we always start in the cinema. So we always start with controlled environments and try to get this stuff right. Well, 4 years since we've started this gaming effort with Atmos, we've seen access to all the features, like I said before, in middleware and in engines. We've seen an explosion of the information that's available to people to even build these environments. And in this world where it's creator player, I think there's the access to these tools really is there for everyone. For what it's worth, it's absolutely free to use spatial audio on Microsoft. You write to APIs. There isn't a licensable product that goes in. It's what comes out the other side that gets licensed. And for creators, we think that's the right model to lift as much burden as we possibly can and to try to get all the friction out of the way so they can use these technologies, get amazing results, and ship great games. We're happy with it.
So that brings up another point. So you guys have historically been working with platforms to enable tools for developers to take advantage of. It sounds to me like you're providing tools directly to the creators, this prosumer class. And I remember you were telling me about Dolby On as a product that is distributed in the iOS App Store directly to creators. Can you talk a little bit about that one?
Yeah. Dolby On it was an experiment that really went big at Dolby. It was a live recording application meant to exist on the device you carry with you every day. That is the one that you actually turn around and go back home for when you can leave home to pick up when you forget. And it's interesting. You see a lot of cell phone video, you see a lot of mobile phone video out there that has really terrible audio, and that's not the fault of the OEMs. It's an environment that's very difficult to record. So using some of the research that we had in the past, we decided to play with that. And the result was Dolby On, an app that lets you record live performances, whether they're giant or four friends in a living room, and really work with the audio to get it to sound as good as possible. And we're thrilled with the results, and the reviews are pretty great. It's a fun app that is being used in unexpected and exciting ways. It's very cool.
That's pretty extraordinary. So it sounds like Dolby's doing a lot more than just stereo sound. And we've just scratched the surface of a bunch of topics. Andy and I are going to adjourn to a offstage room to take some questions. There's also a Slack channel where you can post your questions for us to take a look at. And we'll see you over there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone.
And thank you to Andy and Jamil. And as they said, they will be going over into a Q&A room. It is labeled number 3 among the roundtables. That's their Q&A room. So now you have a couple of choices for the lunch hour. The roundtables are now open. You can find the links for them in the announcements channel in Slack, and you can go click on those links and go right into the roundtables. We're also going to have programming on both stages here. And here on the Boss stage, the next talk is going to be Tim Gull of Singtel and Lisa Cosmos Hansen of Nico Partners. And they will talk about esports and games as a service in Asia Pacific. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Lisa Hansen, and I am the president of Nico Partners, a market research firm that's focused on the video game industry in Asia. I am really happy today to be speaking with Tim Gull, who's director at Singtel, and he is going to be talking to me and to all of you about Singtel's experience in overall, as well as in esports and games as a service. These are a really important industry today, and we are eager to hear all about what Singtel is doing in this market. So Tim, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Can you tell us just generally what's in, especially since most of this audience is in North America, who's Singtel and why do we care? And what is your experience in gaming and esports?
Absolutely. So to give an overview of Singtel, we are one of the premier information and communication technology companies and the market share leader in the Asia Pacific region, including Australia, India, China, Japan, and the micronations of Southeast Asia.
Okay, great. Do you have, is it mostly telecom or is it, and within that, what's the emphasis on esports and games these days?
Sure. So generally, Singtel's history is mostly telecom. So Singtel has a wide reach in the Asia Pacific region with a consortium ownership on 31 of the 44 undersea cable systems stretching throughout the US to the Asia Pacific region, and also from APAC to Europe as well. This includes being the master consortium owner on 17 of those cable systems. And we also own the fleet of ships that are tasked with maintaining and developing those systems. So combined with our 440 plus points of presence throughout the region, including 83 in mainland China and well over 100 in India, Singtel is uniquely positioned to help the online gaming industry penetrate a global region that has over half the world's population. So that's how we directly impact the gaming industry there.
Wow. And right now during COVID-19, how are all those ships and all of your output and all your stations doing?
We're doing well. You know, Singtel in general has strong service level agreements in place with 99.99% uptimes. And so we've managed the storm very well as we go through the process, and with so many people turning to online games as an outlet. So it's worked out very well for us so far.
Okay, wonderful. I have a few questions prepared, so I'll be glancing down from time to time.
Sure.
Tell us a little bit about how Singtel is engaged with US gaming companies and other Western gaming companies, and how are they using your services to reach gamers in Asia or anywhere else?
Sure. So we're engaged with US and global gaming companies in about 3 different ways would probably be the best way to point it out. So first, with the growing focus on mobility gaming, Singtel has a significant opportunity and the necessary to reach partner gaming companies throughout the APAC region. So just to make an example of this, the US is estimated to have about 276 million mobile devices right now. Singtel, including all of our subsidiaries, have over 700 million mobile subscribers, making Singtel almost 3 times larger than the entire US mobility market. In fact, Singtel is the world's largest multinational mobility service provider. And so working with global technology companies and also with the gaming companies to reach those 700 plus mobility users for the gaming industry is key. Second, the global online gaming industry is growing. High quality connectivity to target markets is key, specifically in the realm of latency, packet loss, and jitter. Long latency and poor connection equal a poor end user experience. With Singtel's extensive network capabilities, we can partner with the gaming companies to identify those lines of faster, most reliable, and cost-effective solutions to help them connect to the growing market in the Asia Pacific area. Third, Singtel is directly partnering with esports leagues like PvP esports, where we've invested a considerable amount of resources, including donating to the prize payouts in order to empower the growth of esports throughout the Asia Pacific and US community.
Okay, wow. So are you already actively working with a lot of, say, American game companies?
We do. So we work with quite a large number of them. We have different services for each of them, and unfortunately I can't mention any of them by name, but if you think or Google the top 10 US game manufacturers, we're working with the majority of them in order to help them connect with the Asia Pacific community.
Okay, so what should gaming companies consider about this technology infrastructure when trying to access the world's largest gaming market? What have they not come to mind as they're sitting there dreaming up the best design for a game to target those customers? The game's got to get there. So what do they need to think about?
Yeah, absolutely. So, the most important thing to think about when you're talking about the Asia Pac region is that it's still a developing nation. As a whole, there's multiple places that are still trying to develop their technology footprint. This does open up potential for a source of hundreds of millions of new gamers, if not billions of new gamers in the industry. However, when it comes to technology and connectivity, you truly get what you pay for in the Asia Pacific region. Being aware of who they partner with beyond cost will be key to the end user experience and the overall growth in the region. I think that's the most important thing to keep in mind.
Okay. And so how have things changed during the pandemic? Is there anything that's that's really something that I asked before about how all your points of contact are in your ships, but in the industry, have you observed anything? Are there new needs that people should be concerned with?
Yeah, we've had a tremendous amount of influx of requirements from our gaming partners. What they're seeing is attacks on the connecting to individual servers throughout the U.S. and Asia Pacific regions. And so what they're scrambling on doing, it shows the strength of the industry, especially in the pandemic that we're in currently, that they are actually hurting for bandwidth, essentially. They need more connectivity, they need more reliable connectivity, and this is a tremendous opportunity for their growth in the Asia-Pac region as people seek to get an outlet from being quarantined in what's generally considered far smaller living conditions that we have here in the United States.
Okay, yeah. And so one of the things that's changing during the quarantine is esports. And I know Singtel is actively involved with esports. I'd love to hear how you're actively involved with it and to a greater extent, and also figure out what your view of esports is in Asia. Esports is now going to be all online for the short term, at least. So what does that mean for you?
Singtel is a strong partner of esports. We've sponsored multiple esports events, and for instance, we launched Regional Esports Championship in 2018, and we also sponsored March 2020 Singtel Esports as well, with a tremendously large turnout in Singapore specifically. So what I'm looking at is, in my feel on esports in the Asia Pacific region, is that it's growing. I would be so bold as saying it could possibly even be growing faster than here in the United States as technology continues to develop and push out to more areas in the Asia Pacific region.
I can confirm that for you.
Yes, exactly. So it's been exciting, to be honest with you. As a gamer myself, I do enjoy watching esports and the international aspect of it growing, especially in the APAC region, has been fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, at Nico Partners, we say that Asia is the heart of esports, and parts of Asia, like China, are the pulse of esports for the whole world. And the amount of esports activity in Asia, I think, would really dumbfound a lot of observers here in the West. But it's good to know that Singtel can help, the gaming experience and also the games themselves. And one of the most important aspects of esports is that it lengthens the tail of usage of the games for ordinary users, not just during the tournaments. And I suppose if they're expecting uptime and high bandwidth requirements for those games as a result of esports, in addition to the fact that during those tournaments, the game cannot drop, Singtail has a tall order to meet.
Yeah, and you point out something really important. When it comes to gaming, buffering and latency are killers in the gaming industry. And so, when you have a end user that has a poor experience because of connectivity to the server or anything like that, it really does kill the experience and it makes you mad. I've had that happen to me where I've lost a game because of it. So Singtail does have that tall order of making sure that we provide a seamless solution that provides the best quality of service to both the end user and the video game company directly.
Okay, good. So tell us a little bit about the joint venture you have in esports.
So we do have multiple joint ventures. We've, as I mentioned before, we've partnered with PvP Esports as well. We've invested a tremendous amount of resources in esports arena. We've sponsored multiple esports gaming events with arenas in Singapore packed to the gills with individuals that are coming to participate and to watch in the esports environment. So it really does give us the opportunity, and we're looking to encourage this further. The Asia-Pac region has more than 1.2 billion gamers, and the industry generates more than 66.2 billion in revenue. And so Singtail sees this as a tremendously strong investment in esports championships, both in the past and in the future, to make sure that we empower this growing industry. It's a tremendous opportunity for everybody involved, including the gamer itself.
And have you had any particular surprises or aha moments that have come out of some of the joint ventures you've done?
I think that as the gaming industry grows in popularity and as the digital entertainment for customers in the region continues to grow, especially in the past 2 years, Singtail has worked with various partners in the gaming and ecosystem. I think that the only thing that has surprised me personally is the tremendous growth that we've had there, and it really is making the entire industry and also the entire technology industry as a whole scramble to keep up and make sure that we can provide the services and solutions required in order to keep up with the demand that just seems to be growing exponentially.
I see. Okay. And within the Asia region, do you see esports, or let's take a look at just even mobile gaming, regardless of esports, differing country by country? I mean, I know we do, but what's Singtail's experience with that?
I do see it as far as with country by country, region by region, in the Asia Pacific region, it definitely does differ as far as with access to mobile gaming versus a more traditional console or computer-based gaming. I think that when you see China really buying into it, Japan, South Korea has been significant, and that's also where one of our key partnerships are. Mobile gaming is a hot button item that is really starting to penetrate the market. Singapore, of course, being a top generation smart city state, it allows us to have tremendous access. And so it definitely does differ from region to region, depending upon what their total technology rollout is. But I would say that mobile gaming is certainly something that's basically penetrating the whole region as a whole.
Yeah. And do you see a lot of demand on your network for mobile esports tournaments?
Yes. So I do predict that this will continue to grow. Mobile esports tournaments are tremendous in the Asia-Pac region. And especially with Singtail's mobility presence in the Asia-Pac region, I definitely do think that this will continue to grow.
Okay. All right. What about, let me think here, some more questions. Tell me about the concept of gaming as a service. I think this is something that's important to Singtail, and maybe you can tell everybody here what your thoughts are on this.
I think that gaming as a service is a wonderful evolution that has happened in the gaming industry as a whole. For the gaming industry, it extends the life of games, which is fantastic. Gone are the days 10 or 20 years ago where a person would buy a video game, binge on it for a couple of days, beat the game, and then move on, right? And so you see gaming as a service. It allows the gaming community to be able to push updates, keep it fresh, keep it engaging. And then also the gaming as a service really does kind of bring the global community together, right? And so it allows you to develop relationships and also experience other cultures in ways that you couldn't do even 10 or 15 years ago. And so I like what I see in the gaming as a service industry, and I predict it will continue to grow, and I predict it will continue to bring people together throughout the world.
So are you defining it just as something different from online gaming? Because, online gaming fits all those bills. So how is Singtel looking at gaming as a service differently from just the notion of online gaming?
I think as a service, platforms definitely does present different infrastructural programs that we have to take advantage of. As far as with what Singtel is doing directly in order to influence gaming as a service, partnering closely with the gaming industry in order to develop it, is definitely key to that. But as far as with the difference between online gaming and gaming as a service, I think Singtel is really engaging with in order to take advantage of that as we move forward.
I see. Okay. And how about the traffic that Singtel is working with? How much of that, you say you're the largest footprint in Asia. So is it like 10% of what you do comes from North America, or is it more? Do you know?
Yeah, so that one, I don't have a specific number. I would say that from the Singtel global operation standpoint, the United States does produce a very large part of the bandwidth. Our undersea cable systems are capable of tremendous bandwidth. And what we're working with, what we call born in the cloud or OTT companies, like the gaming as a service and online gaming industries, they're starting to ask for tremendous loads, right? So 10 or 15 years ago, 100 meg, 200 meg, 500 meg was fine. And now we're starting to get to planning stages on 100 gig, 500 gig, a terabyte per second worth of bandwidth. And I think when you think about bandwidth and a terabyte per second, that is enough to download the entire Library of Congress in seconds, right? And so they're looking for this kind of bandwidth, and that really does tell you as far as with what kind of traffic they're looking to push very quickly, very soon over the network in order to provide that kind of service to their.
Do most of those companies own their own private network through you, or is it a shared infrastructure, or what is it?
Singtel, I would say that most of it is private point-to-points or MPLS services, which give them a private connection. There are new technologies coming out, like software-defined wide area networks that allow them to use public internet. But I think that for the gaming industry specifically, we probably have a ways to go before we can actually take advantage of those less costly options, purely because what we're talking about here is security and reliability. And the private point-to-point connections are still the best way to do that.
So it sounds like, just in summary, that a lot of your expertise would help some of the larger, more established games and game companies, and so it gives everybody something to hope for. So my final question is, can you just give us a visual description? What is an undersea cable?
Oh, well, so an undersea cable is almost exactly what you would expect it to be. Honestly, it's about 14 to 18 inches in diameter. And our ships that we own, we have a fleet of 3 ships in the Asia Pac region, and they have huge spools that just look like very large spools that you would have on a fishing line. And what they do is they just slowly let out the spool as they drive across the ocean, and it falls to the bottom of the ocean. And they plan their routes out very meticulously to make sure that they are in the safest areas, and also diverse to other undersea cable systems. And it's a pack of multiple strands of fiber optic services that land from one landing station, let's say in Los Angeles or San Jose or somewhere on the West Coast, to another landing station, say in Singapore or Hong Kong or Australia. And you would, believe it or not, we need multiple lines, because you have problems with people when you think of just a line sitting on the bottom of the ocean. There's a tendency for somebody to drop an anchor on it, or a tendency for a fishing company that is using a dragging system to pull up one of the undersea cable systems. And so that's where the fleet of ships come in, where we repair those, make sure that they keep running, and make sure that everything keeps running. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting, almost simplistic in explanation, but very interesting operation when you see it in working.
I can imagine. Well, I know at Nico Partners, we've been thinking and writing a lot more, especially this year, about infrastructure in general that's powering this whole industry. So just to get your insight here has been quite helpful. I thank you very much for being part of this conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to bring Lisa and Tim on stage for some Q&A now. Sorry, I had my microphone muted there. But Lisa and Tim, I don't see any questions right off the bat, so maybe you could just continue a bit of your conversation now.
Okay. Well, I think people learned a lot about, Singtel's involvement in how to get a game from North America to Asia and what you're doing within Asia. Even in just the COVID time, I wonder if you could help us understand the capacity requirements, or if there's been much change across the past few weeks from what you personally would have done in your job before COVID and now, and what we could look to understand about the impact and demand on the network during this pandemic.
Yeah, so the group CEO for Singtel just released a statement, I think a couple of days ago, reassuring all of our customers in the Asia Pacific community as a whole that we have a tremendous amount of capacity. We're not close to being maxed out in any given line, and and as a result, we have the opportunity to continue to serve the growing need, especially during the pandemic, for additional services. It's reaching outside of gaming, right? A lot of people, more people are spending more time on social media, spending more time on video, conferencing like Zoom, the platform that we're on now, and all of those take bandwidth on those pipes for competing services. So we do see a significant uptick. As a matter of fact, all of the companies that you would expect to see an uptick in, including the gaming groups, and then also in addition to the online social media and other places like that, we are increasing bandwidth as quickly as we can for these companies as they continue to see the growth, tremendous growth throughout the world, but also specifically in the Asia Pac, the U.S. market. So yes, we are seeing a tremendous amount of growth and demand and need, but we're happy to report that we've invested properly to make sure that we continue to have the bandwidth in order to serve both current and future needs for our customers.
Well, that's wonderful. I wonder if you all know at Singtel, do you measure, just in terms of gaming specifically, how much of your traffic is mobile gaming versus PC gaming in Asia?
I'm sure that we do. I don't see that, or I haven't seen that, haven't requested to see it. So, but I'm sure that that's a metric that we're paying close attention to.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when we talk about, I guess, the evolution of esports in the world, I know through our eyes, we think mobile esports is really important. And we think that it has so many loops back into the regular mobile gaming infrastructure or ecosystem, I should say. And I hope that the telecoms companies are preparing for that and extending the reach from just, distribution of a game and maintaining the uptime and the low latency and whatnot, all the way through media and broadcast, and then supporting what you just said, other demand on the network for social networking and streaming video and beyond. I can imagine that it's just going to be really taxing, but a company like yours and your competitors, frankly, would need to kind of keep up with the trends and stay ahead of it in order to support what all these thinkers, dreamers, and developers who are part of the GamesBeat Summit are going to be doing over the next year, 2-3 years?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you think about the mobile gaming as it continues to evolve and as it continues to grow and dominate more and more and more, it's driving the need for a tremendous amount of different sectors of the technology industry. For instance, the way that a person makes or a company like Samsung or Apple makes a phone is now changing in order to better accommodate the gaming experience for mobile gaming, depending on what you're looking to play. The same thing for the network that phone connects to. That's where 5G becomes such an important evolution in the gaming industry and as a phone as well. It's more than just the 5G deployment and the importance of the 5G rollout across the Asia Pacific and the US regions. It's more than just bandwidth. It comes with it an exponential increase in the ability for what mobility devices as a whole can do. So yeah, 5G is going to be important. Singtel is a leader in 5G deployment in the Asia Pacific region. Singapore being one of the first truly 5G enabled countries from end to end. That's pushing a lot of it, and as a result, it's definitely helping the mobility gaming experience for the end user, which is the most important thing, but also enabling a technology that continues to evolve throughout the world. So it's definitely been it's something that we have been focused on. It's something that we'll continue to focus on, and it's something that we'll get better at as we continue to push it out.
Well, when we look at 5G, it's really fascinating how much faster it is in deployed in Asia than it is here. But when I remember when Korea had their first commercial advertisement on TV speaking about the consumer 5G rollout in last May, and the subject of that commercial for, I think it was SK Telecom, said it was a professional footballer leaving the pitch to go home and play his mobile game so that he could compete in a tournament later in that day, which just really sums up all the things that are so important to the viewers and the participants in Asia. And we also feel like 5G gaming will catapult when there is like a cloud gaming device, just cloud gaming device that's kind of replaces the phone functionality of what a phone is. And I'm not sure what that looks like. I know there are several in development, but 5G offers so much opportunity for cloud gaming and for the rest of the expansion to people far afield, to really level out the playing field for income discrepancy and this type of thing. So we look forward to seeing how that plays out in Asia and in the rest of the world.
Absolutely.
Well,
good. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Appreciate the talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. I'm going to take the stage for just a brief time here. So we've added a channel for feedback in the Slack channels, and also a reminder at 4:45 p.m. today, we're going to have a reception just like we had last night, but more clearly tell you where to go. The reception is going to be in the Hero Stage Q&A room. I think people just sort of found it yesterday, but that's going to be the main location for the reception starting at 4:45 p.m. And I also thought it would be good to tell you a bit more about GamesBeat. You may know that I'm the lead writer for GamesBeat, but we've got a bigger team that includes Jason Wilson, the managing editor, Jeff Rubb, who is our PC gaming editor and also a podcaster, and Mike Minotti, the reviews editor. And we try to be the leaders in gaming coverage for industry executives. We're ranked number 2 by TechMeme in voice when it comes to stories on the game industry. So we're a small but mighty team of writers, and we try to make a difference for the gaming community. And if you'd like to amplify your thought leadership around games or reach our audience of decision makers, you can please reach out to our sales side at partners@venturebeat.com. And I'm going to hand it over now to David Hoppy for my substitute MC.
Great, thank you, Dean. Next up, Paul Muller, CTO of Adjust, talking to us about how gaming has paved the way in mobile and mobile UA. Paul and Dean.
Hi, my name is Lisa Hansen, and I am the president of Nico Partners, a market research firm that's focused on the video game industry in Asia. I am really happy.
Hello, everybody. Please meet Paul Muller, the Chief Technology Officer at Adjust, way out in Berlin. How are you doing, Paul?
Very good. Thank you, Dean, for having me. So, yeah, I'm also the co-founder of Adjust, and before Adjust, I was actually an app developer, and that is also the kind of background story to Adjust. Maybe to jump just right in there.
Yeah. What's the sort of short summary of what Adjust does?
So Adjust is the mobile measurement company. We provide attribution to our clients that want to know how their ads are performing for the app. So basically, we measure the ROI of the advertisement. And as already kind of hinted, the background is that I was an app developer myself in the very, very early days in the store before any paid promotion. One of the very first apps I built was some type of hot app finder. So I was scraping the global top lists, finding the best kind of apps. And that app was very popular. And a lot of people wanted to be in the #1 slot and wanted to pay money to be there. And after a while, it became clear that people didn't just want to pay for exposure, but they wanted to pay per download. And so that led to the development of the very, very first attribution system years before anyone ever called that attribution. And that was also the time we developed things to measure the LTV of our users in the app and kind of figure out when to run advertisement and when to not. And that technology was kind of transported and later on became Adjust. And today we provide the service to thousands of our clients with 10,000s of apps overall, all over the world in store.
You've grown over the years with more services added. What have you guys added over time?
Sure. So the first thing, of course, and the core always is measurement, right? To figure out what works, what doesn't work when it comes to ads. But the second next logical step for us was to look at ad fraud, because when our industry was born, it was like the Wild West. There was money coming in like crazy. And of course, as any opportunity like this, it attracts a certain criminal element. That means people try to take that money without providing any service in return. And still today, that's a huge problem. So the first thing that we built was a fraud prevention suite. And it was revolutionary in the sense that it changed the game by not just displaying to our customers saying, hey, 20% of your traffic last month looked a little dodgy, maybe you want to get a refund. But actually get in proactively and reject these attributions to say to the network, no, you're not getting credit for this install because it came from a data center. And Android users typically don't huddle together by the tens of thousands between racks in a Google data center. Maybe those were emulators. And from this technology, we took it step by step, and put more and more filters in to actively interdict fraud and actually fight it in real time, because we figured out that's one of the best things that we kind of do here. And this has been our philosophy, to look at the needs of our customers and then take step by step a value creation for them, and to see where can we actually help them be better.
So how big is the fraud problem as far as you can tell right now?
Well, that's a kind of hard to answer question to say in general, but I would say it is a conservative estimate to say somewhere around 15 to 20% of all the inventory that normal average marketers buy is fraudulent. Because fraud prevention has one disadvantage, that is that fraudsters are also some of the most pragmatic buyers in the market themselves, right? They don't defraud you when they don't get paid. So they basically scurry like cockroaches when you turn on the light, meaning the moment you turn on a fraud prevention suite, your fraud rate drops within hours, almost down to zero. But from the moments our clients turn on, we can tell that fraud is a pretty rampant problem, specifically in Southeast Asia as a market with a lot of potential and high Android penetration. We can see a lot of problems there.
So that sounds like $1 billion or billions of dollars. I don't know.
Oh yeah, if you imagine our clients in total, like the mobile user acquisition space spends hundreds of billions of dollars, right? 10, 20% of that that's sizable money, right? We're talking not about like some type of individual fraudster that makes a couple $100 a month. We're talking about operations that rake in millions and millions of dollars every month, and some of them probably billions.
They're probably buying Bitcoin with it.
Or maybe they're mining Bitcoin with your phone right now.
I don't know. So we know your company is very useful then for customers. Like, what's a reason that, say, the broader group of people should pay attention here?
Well, I think for us, it's the evolution from just providing measurement to seeing what else can we provide to our clients that we can help them with. And from these kind of things, we can see that we're not just changing what we do as a business, but we're changing what our customers actually do. And that change has been pretty transformational, because gaming has been one of our first kind of customer bases, and they've always pushed the boundaries with us. And right now they help us again to push the boundary when it comes to automation. And what we do there is that we change the role of a user acquisition manager in such a dramatic way that we can now see other industries have a look and say, hey, that is such a game changer. Maybe UA can have a much bigger role in our organization than it has right now.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, gaming has always been a big part of this business for you guys, I guess. How has that sort of changed? Has it sort of stayed as one of the, I guess, the bigger user bases that you have, I guess?
It's actually quite interesting, because our very first customers were not from the gaming space. We started out, of course, being a German company. Our first customers were Germans, and there wasn't a huge gaming ecosystem in Germany. There were very kind of big semi-state-run corporations like the Deutsche Telekom, stuff like that. And then we had all the e-commerce clients that were, around this hub that we're in, Berlin. But the next big wave of clients were indeed customers from the gaming segment, because they had the biggest need for measurement, because they have some of the most competitive marketers out there. And in the time between, we've grown tremendously in the enterprise space. And today we have apps from virtually any segment. And gaming had fallen a little bit below a third of our customer base. But with the rise of the hyper casuals, they've actually come back up to around, I think right now, 35% of our revenues generated by gaming customers. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that we see is they help us drive change, because they are always the clients that come to us and they have the most aggressive ideas. They want the biggest kind of leap in ability, because for them it's a live or die situation. For them, user acquisition is not some type of a nice to have. It is a must have. And this really helps drive product development for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Could you sort of elaborate on hyper casual a little? I know they're really short games, I guess, but like how long has this sort of been on your radar? And like, I guess what sort of part of the market have they become then?
The first time we really kind of took note to hyper casuals was around 1.5 years ago, when the first hyper casual companies showed up at our doorstep and said, look, this is what we do and this is what we need from you, right? They had a huge focus on tracking ad revenue, because that's where their money comes from, right? They pay to get new users in, and then they monetize by showing ads. And their key question was, okay, do I make money, right? Do I actually have a net plus here? And how much is it, so that they can reinvest most of it instantly into growing their customer base continuously? At the same time, we've seen them develop a very smart system that we'd like to call the snowball effect, where driving users from one app, because they're short-lived, to the next app and then to the next one, has become like rolling this huge user base, where they don't look at the daily active users within a single app, but across their entire portfolio, as to say, okay, I have this app, and it's getting a little to the end of its lifetime, and I want to transition my users into the next app, or I want to make my new app a huge success. So I'm, doing the math, and I want to move a couple of my active users from this app into this one to get the number of downloads to be up at the App Store rankings. And it's one of the kind of things that we've seen even the app stores take note of. And you can see in our latest report that we released is that they have found a way, I don't want to say game, but utilize the way that App Store rankings work by rewarding new downloads, and driven this to its logical conclusion. When you continuously release new apps, you always have new downloads, so you can always rank very high, which in return gives you more organic users, meaning they could get a very big organic uplift on top of their paid marketing. And we could see this kind of reach its absolute peak at around the autumn of last year, is when hyper-casuals dominated most of the top lists. Anything that wasn't taken by the Googles and Facebooks of the world was taken by hyper-casuals. And at around the wintertime, we could see a change in how the App Store ranking worked, and the share of hyper-casuals gradually fall off, and some of the apps with higher utilization rates and more daily active users or more persistent use actually get some rankings too. But basically, hyper-casuals have changed how the App Store game is played. Today, if you think you can just organically rank in the App Store and get some nice free organic downloads from there, I have bad news for you, right? Because these guys have got this down to a quite literal science. How many downloads do you need? How do you get them? And even with the changes in rankings, hyper-casuals have basically taken the idea of a gaming app and have driven it to its logical conclusion within our ecosystem, and have basically built the perfect kind of machine that continuously keeps rolling through users and reinvesting their money directly into growth. So they're basically growth machines that only exist for the purpose of further growth.
Wow, so the companies that are making the simplest games have some of the most sophisticated operations here, I guess.
Oh yeah, absolutely, by far.
Wow, so you have this case study with Coda. I guess you want to tell us about that?
Sure, they're one of those hyper-casual companies where we said, okay, what can we do for you specifically given our new automation? And I think we have a chance a little bit later to dive a little bit deeper into what automation means in that case. But let's start with a simple problem, right? If you have 20 campaigns across 20 networks, you have to manage 400 campaigns. And that's quite a lot of work to do. If you want to adjust your bids and volumes on a day-to-day basis, if you want to optimize your creatives, and you want to run a lot of different A/B tests to see what works, that is a lot of work for a normal UA department. But now imagine you want to publish 100 games or 200 games, right? By adding another dimension at another times 100, that becomes 40,000 or 80,000. It is not human feasible. Because if you hire enough UA managers to manage 80,000 bits and volumes, you have to imagine how many clicks that means. Just if you just do the math, how often you'd have to click to do this. This comes out to millions of clicks in a single day. You'd have to hire hundreds of people to do that. It's not viable, right? No hyper-casual company can hire 100 UA managers just to sit around and to repetitively click through this. And so the technology that we develop simply helps them not to do that by hand, to take away that element and allow them to not just do this at the same scale as before, and that's what I meant before with this kind of transformational, but to take it simply further, to add more zeros. Why stop at running 400 campaigns for a single app if you can run 40,000? Hell, you can run 400,000 if a machine does all the heavy lifting for you. And what we're currently doing is to push that boundary, because what you see there is not just some type of linear increase in ability. What you see is a complete transformation of what the marketer itself actually ends up doing, right? If you look at the job of a normal traditional UA manager and what he does, to what many of our hyper-casual clients actually do all day, these are two extremely different jobs.
Wow. So we have like automation upon automation upon automation here. So where is all this going?
That's actually a great question, because when you say automation, it means different things to different people, right? Like when I say automation, you probably have some type of idea in your head, and it is the same for our clients. And some of them are actually even afraid of automation, right? They think of automation like the Industrial Revolution, when suddenly machines could make fabrics and tens of thousands of people were out of a job. But that happens when you have an efficiency increase somewhere between 1 and 2 orders of magnitudes, right? The machine can make the fabric 10 times cheaper. I no longer need humans. But this is software. This is virtual. That means our increase in ability here is 2 or 3 orders of magnitudes. Suddenly, you see a transformation in capability. And one of the kind of key concepts that we see very differently in automation is that there is a human element that is absolutely crucial. Marketing ultimately is about human connection. It's about, as a marketer, to have your message reach the right people at the right time, right? To catch them, to get them to do what you want them to do. And the best to tell the story is a person. There's a lot of companies that talk about how a machine will replace marketers altogether. But I don't believe machines, at least at the moment, are good at being witty or having a nice contextual joke or to, just deliver the right message to another human. What machines are great at is to do extremely repetitive things and follow a preset pattern. So for us, that also kind of defines the difference between machine learning and automation. A lot of the automation we talk about doesn't really require sophisticated AI. It requires APIs and it requires a relatively simple rule set to follow that basically just says, if this value is higher than that, then change this value to that. And that is what most of our clients already see reduce 90% of what they do day to day. And the cool thing is, they don't just use their time to either fire their UA department or just, I don't know, play more foosball in the office. They use that time to come up with better ideas, to try another A/B test of a campaign, to try different creative, to try different message, to try different targeting, to figure out what works well. And one of the other huge changes that we see there is it allows more focus on actual contextual approach of individual audiences, specifically when it comes to retargeting. So, as I said, for us, it's not about kind of taking away the work of a marketer or taking their job. It's about giving them a significantly better job.
So you're making the humans think.
Well, I believe humans are great at the creative bits, right? Why not let them do that?
Yeah. And so what comes next for your ability to help people with this challenge? Like, what's your roadmap here?
So, we have a pretty bold aspiration when it comes to this stuff, because not only do we look at, hey, what do our clients do day to day right now, but where can this lead to? We always like to think outside the box, not just think about the status quo. Pretty much with the fraud prevention, everyone was stuck on the status quo and just tried to, make that little thing better. And for us, this is the same kind of inflection point in, let's say, the history of UA. Where can UA go with all of these capabilities? And I would like to think that we can start doing some really cool stuff. Let me give you a simple example. Imagine you're marketing your game. Right now, your job consists basically on one end, pouring in as many new users at the top of the funnel as possible at the cheapest possible price and have them ROI positive. It's vastly described as UA nowadays. If you're sophisticated, maybe you catch those that haven't used your game in 30 days and you try to put them back in at the top of the funnel. That's pretty much as sophisticated as marketing is on average today. But imagine you figured out that whenever a user loses 3 games in a row, he's very likely to churn because he gets frustrated, right? Humans are fickle beings. And imagine you could now reach out to this user and say, hey, stuff happens. Here's a magical item that'll make sure that you'll win your next battle. Or here's this thing that we know you really, really wanted, and I'll give you that. Come back and, try again. You can do it, right? And you could run a campaign quite easily across any network that you like, talking to this small slice of your users that have just lost 3 times in a row. And you could automatically say, I want to optimize this campaign for their amount of sessions within the first 24 hours after having engaged with this ad. And I want to automatically rotate from a huge pool of creatives that a dedicated team of creative designers can actually see the efficiency of each one of them, help create new creatives by themselves without me as a marketer involved, right? Or me giving them the message and they fine-tuning the elements. And I cannot just do this one campaign. I can look at 100 points in my game to say, hey, maybe here's a good opportunity to upsell something, right? I could see the user was hesitating to maybe buy or not buy my in-app purchase. And maybe I'll just give him a 10% discount on this purchase if he just comes back right now. Today, if you think about that, it's so crazy what this would entail to actually do, that it is just not feasible, right? Even if the audience itself would be vastly profitable, you wouldn't run this because it's not worth your human time. Even if you pay minimum wage, it just wouldn't come out at the end of the month.
Yeah.
But the machine does all of that. And you only have to say, I want to run a campaign, try this out. You would end up with a huge playbook of different campaigns. And what happens here is that UA transforms from just pouring in new users at the top to actually taking your users and increasing their LTV. Imagine marketing could increase the LTV of your game by 20% or by 30%. The impact UA could have on your operation as a whole would explode, right? I mean, it already has a pretty big role for most gaming clients, but this would truly elevate it to a completely different level. And this is the kind of technology that we're thinking about. What is necessary to make this vision come true? What are all the individual steps? And there's about a dozen little things that we figured out would have to happen before this one thing would work. And we're working on all of those to actually push forward and change the paradigm to this much more kind of battle of idea based, because ultimately, I believe marketing shouldn't be this competition of who can click the most, but who actually has the best idea or who has the most clever approach to something.
I don't suppose anything changes in this scenario because of the coronavirus.
I mean, one thing we can see specifically for gaming that the coronavirus does change is the sheer amount of people playing. We can see some of our gaming clients actually having uplift of 100% ever since quarantine started. I guess people do have to keep busy at home. For us overall as a company, we're doing okay. Even across all of our verticals, gaming has been able to kind of catch the kind of hole that our travel customers have experienced. But from a gaming perspective, I mean, your customers are at home, they got time, they want something to play. You know, maybe you should do something about that.
I don't suppose the fraudsters are taking a break right now either.
No, I mean, you know, whenever there's billions of dollars to be made, I'm pretty sure fraudster will also be around.
Okay. Well, very good. Thank you very much, Paul. And we'll see what other questions we can take up here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. And I'd like to invite Paul Muller on stage for some live Q&A, the Chief Technology Officer of Adjust. How are things going out there in Berlin? I believe that's where you are, Paul.
Yeah, we're doing actually quite well. Germany has been very fortunate so far in this. And yeah, for us, working from home is a bit of a change, but we're managing. So yeah, thank you for having me and happy to answer any questions.
I checked, we haven't gotten any questions from the audience just yet, but I did wonder if there were some additional things you wanted to add that you didn't mention in your talk yet.
Sure. I mean, maybe for those that are thinking, okay, how do I get started with all of this? Like, I think it can sound a bit overwhelming if someone sits and tells you, hey, you have to do automation. There's all these kind of things you have to talk about and think about. There's a couple of simple steps. We've recently launched a product that we call the Control Center, which gives you the first kind of bits of automation, which allows you to set a couple of simple rules and adjust your volumes and bits from in the Adjust dashboard for all the campaigns that you're running through Adjust. So you can, you know, get your hands dirty with basically starting to save time going in and out. It is optimal for people that just want to, you know, try to understand what are the things that you can do, right? And it is basically a subset of the features that we offer to our more enterprise level clients and the hyper casuals. And it's a great starting point. And we're offering free trials for that. So any existing Adjust client can just, you know, reach out to the salesperson and say, hey, I would love to try that out and I want to see how that works. And we'd be happy to give you a demo and, you know, show you basically how the big guys are doing it. And so you can actually also get your head around and get started.
Yeah. I don't know if you've been able to watch many of the other sort of proceedings that we've had here. Brian Bowman from Consumer Acquisition had an interesting talk where he was pointing out that, you know, some of the teams they had creating ads were having a tough time. I mean, they could beat the control ad on Facebook maybe 5% of the time, I think. As far as just, you know, what's the most popular ad? Can you create a new ad that is going to be more popular than that one? And it was very frustrating for them until they sort of figured some things out and were able to, say, lift that up to more like, say, as high as 17%. But I'd be curious whether you have a reaction to some of that as well.
Sure. I mean, as I said, we're working on creative management as well. It's one of the kind of topics that we find very interesting. And the first thing that we see is that the turnaround time is too slow. And the way that creatives have changed and managed at the moment is just tedious, meaning that imagine you're a normal UA manager and, you know, you have a great designer and he comes with 100 new designs and tells you, hey, can we try those? you would go crazy, because if just the idea of going to 4 or 5 networks, let's say you don't run a crazy large operation, 4 or 5 networks, uploading 100 creatives, creating all the campaigns, and then every day checking which KPIs actually perform well, collecting all of this, coming back to your design and say, these 20 work well, these 20 don't work well, so try to iterate on those that work well. That would eat up your entire day. All you would do is just slave away to click through something that is entirely repetitive.
And you're spending a lot of money too, right?
Yes, of course. Like, you know, you have to pay the designer, you have to pay for your work time to do this. And we believe there's a better way to do this. We believe there should be a completely decoupled way for designers to iterate on creatives, right? To try out things, to have a much faster turnaround time, and UA manager to focus on the type of message he wants to pick, and the kind of goal of optimization, right? Because it's also a good question, and specifically when we talk about something like the big self-attributing networks show you might not want to just go for the highest click-through rate, right? Maybe you want to go for something that generates the highest first in-app purchase rate or the highest retention. And it should be, to you as a marketer, it should be one and the same. You should just say, okay, I want to run a campaign, I want to focus it on what for, 1 day or day 2 retention. And for the marketer, it should be instantly visible on how that his creative affects this kind of KPI.
Go ahead.
Sorry, because we were talking about hyper casuals a lot. We are also soon, we will release a specialized report about hyper casuals, because we got a lot of feedback from our other clients going like, so how does this stuff work, right? Everyone's kind of curious to understand this hyper casual games. Should I release one? How does it work? Where's the mechanics? And so we will soon release a full report that explains the actual mechanics of hyper casual. So not just like, oh, what's the CPI? Because yeah, that's interesting, but how much money do they actually make? How much ad revenue do they make? How many ads do they show? How much does that impact retention? How does retention actually work? How much time do people spend on a hyper casual game? Are all hyper casual games created equal? And what is, how many organic users do they actually get in versus paid users? And we're going to have a report that takes a much closer look at this industry to help other people that, we're all competing in the same app store and we're all buying the same inventory, so that other people can actually see and understand how those guys are doing it.
We do have one question here from Paul Dobson. He's curious how many gamers you feel you need to go through a game for your audience builder to build accurate segments within the audience.
That depends, of course, on what kind of audience you want to build, right? If you want to build something, and as I mentioned before, today, a lot of the stuff is quite simple. So if you just want to say, hey, take all of my users that haven't played the game in like 30 days and upload them to Facebook, and I want to retarget them, well, that's 100% precise all the time, right? But when we talk about, hey, how much ad revenue, or what are my ad revenue whales, and I want to create a lookalike, which currently is the hottest thing that everyone is kind of trying to do, like take the user level ad revenue that we provide as one of the only measurement partners specifically for segmentation, upload that to Facebook, create a lookalike. Then, of course, you need a certain data set, right? Because just having a handful of users have some ad revenue doesn't help. You have to have a certain correct sample size, and we typically provide individual guidance depending on the size of the clients of saying, okay, we reached the confidence interval at which you should feel comfortable to try to spend money on this audience. And a lot of the development on our audience builder is going to go into individual segmentation based off metadata from the app. As I explained, the user lost 3 times in a row is something that we want to be able to replicate in our audience builder, so that you can say, give me everyone that just lost 3 times in a row, and that you can take this audience and then address it individually and in the correct context.
So I have a quick one here for our final question. What's the future of mobile games? Hyper casual, Call of Duty Mobile, Madden, or Honor of Kings?
So can you repeat the first?
Oh, what's the future of mobile games? Hyper casual, Call of Duty Mobile, Madden, or Honor of Kings?
I think the question depends a little bit on how long we define future. All right, the short-term future, I think hyper casuals are tough to beat, because for them, it's really just about optimizing the organic ratio, like how many more organic users can I get out? And they have the advantage of a massive player base that is very hard to maintain for a mid-core game over a long period of time, right? Many hyper casual games peak within the first couple of days at user numbers that are very hard to manage, even for the biggest games. So I think in the short to midterm, it's going to be very hard to beat someone as specialized as the hyper casuals to utilize the mechanisms of how an app store works. If we talk about a longer future, specifically when we talk about 5G and the ability to deliver more high definition content to mobile device and stream it, right? I think there's much more opportunity to stream higher quality games and high quality content, AAA games and stuff like that onto a mobile device, and lure people that are traditionally maybe not playing on a mobile device at the moment, like myself, right? I'm more of a hardcore gamer, to actually get us to play on a mobile device as well, right?
All right, Paul, that's all the time we have now. And I didn't know whether you had time to still go into a speaker Q&A room off stage or not. Those are available.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Paul can go over to the Boss Stage Q&A room. You guys can find the link for that in the announcements channel in Slack. And very good, thank you.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Dean. So next up, the topic of the hour, the metaverse. And we have a great panel for you. It looks like this panel actually believes in the metaverse. I know some people don't, so maybe we'll have some interesting questions later on. So in the panel, we have Philip Rosedale of High Fidelity, Matthew Ball of Apillion Industries, Raf Koster of Playable Worlds, Frederick DeCamp of Manticore Games, and Sam Engelbart of Galaxy Interactive. All right, take it away.
Post-COVID virtual panel that I've moderated. Honestly, I'm actually just imagine a better group of people to have this discussion with. We have, in no particular order, we have Philip Rosedale, the founder of High Fidelity, and before that, Second Life, and really one of the leading pioneers and thinkers in all things metaverse and virtual worlds. We have Raf Koster with us, who is the founder of Playable Worlds, and before that, the lead designer of several of the biggest MMOs in history, and really needs no introduction in that space, but Ultima Online, Star Wars Galaxies, etc. We have Frederick DeCamp from Manticore Games. Prior to Manticore, Frederick was the head of corp dev at Zynga. He worked Solstice Arena and ran Empires and Allies, and is just another legendary figure in the gaming world. And we're excited to hear what he's doing and his take on the metaverse. And finally, we have Matt Ball with us. Matt's from Apillion Industries, a frequent writer on all things media and entertainment, and now an active investor himself in interactive and other media and content investments. So we have an amazing group. And finally, we have Matt Ball with us. Matt's from Apillion Industries, a frequent writer on all things media and entertainment, and now an active investor himself in interactive and other media and content investments. So we have an amazing group. We don't have a lot of time, and it's going to be, I know everybody on the panel pretty well. It's going to be a very interesting discussion, and I'll be amazed if we can get through even a fraction of the things I hope to be able to talk about in just 30 minutes, but let's jump into it. I have a rough idea of some questions I want to direct at some of you, and then I imagine we're just going to jump off from there and get into the topic. I think we should probably start by defining terms a bit here. I think the metaverse is obviously front and center in the topic of our panel, but it's something that leaves a lot of debate in terms of what it means and what it is and how it's coming, when it's coming, what we're all going to be doing in it, etc. So I think maybe Matt, I'm going to throw this off to you to start and open us up. You've written extensively on this topic over the last several months. And for any of you out there that haven't read Matt's pieces, I highly recommend go to his website and grab them. And there's a lot of content there that is especially helpful as you try to understand what's going on in the landscape. So Matt, how should we think about this? How should we think about this term, this often used, sometimes misunderstood, I think, term, the metaverse, and what are we doing here? What are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. It's incredibly hard to describe, as opinions vary quite widely to some extent, it's not really knowable today, and it's impossible, certainly, to technically achieve in its fullest version. At the same time, we do understand some of the underlying elements, but even where that's the case, it sort of misses the substance. You can think about the human body to some regard. It took centuries of science to really understand what was inside of it. It took a little bit more time to understand vaguely how it worked. And yet, even today, if you assemble all of the constituent parts, you're still missing the soul or the idea of consciousness. We don't really know what that future state looks like, even though we can kind of identify some of the constituent drivers. That's not altogether dissimilar from the internet. In the 50s through the 1990s, we knew some of the elements. We knew file transfer, we knew real-time communication, and yet all of those core dynamics that we look at today, whether that's the social web or misinformation or the types of content that we produce, those two were really still in a process of discovery as recently as moments ago. And we're seeing that with TikTok and other virtual experiences under the coronavirus. But in general, the metaverse, we think, will be a persistent, synchronous, live, living universe that affords each of us an individual sense of presence, affords each of us a sense of agency, where we would participate in an extensive economy that transcends individual experiences and perhaps even the physical and digital world. And so you can see from that definition, which again itself is controversial, we understand some of the things you can do, but actually understanding what does that mean for the world, what's the dominant interaction model, and certainly what does someone even do there on a day-to-day basis, that's what the call really is going to debate, and even years from now, we'll still be going through that.
Well, great, thank you. I mean, we heard a lot of ideas, and knowing some of you as I do, I think there are some decent points to jump off, and you're actually, as we get into this, we'll find some areas that I'm fairly certain there's some disagreement. I think maybe Raf, just quickly, Matt said one thing about the importance of the metaverse being live. This is something you've talked a lot about, and you and I have talked quite a bit about. What does that mean to you? And in particular with respect to the number of people in it and the persistence of it. Maybe just take us a little bit deeper into that.
Yeah, when I think of metaverse, I really think of it in terms of virtual worlds. And of course, one of the characteristics of worlds is that they're full of life, right? One of the expectations, I think, that has grown over time as people participate in virtual environments of all sorts is that they expect the environments to react to them in plausible ways, right? There's an artificiality behind most games, behind quite a lot of digital experiences, where everything is authorially controlled and there's only so many ways in which things can react. And I personally believe that the evolutionary path of metaverse style technology is going to be towards more robust simulation in a whole bunch of ways. It's easiest to see with things like physics simulation, which is getting pretty common. We see that all over the place. But if you think about the way in which we interact with the world, physics is only one small part of it, right? There's so many other ways in which we expect the world to be responsive to things we do, to evolve and change without our actions even doing anything, right? Without us touching it. So I do believe that sort of an aliveness is going to be part of this, even if the application is just a classroom or something, you know, simple like that. People are still going to expect to be able to shuffle the desks around, hear the right sound, the birds outside the window, whatever, because it's the kind of thing that we have grown to expect in our ordinary lives.
Philip, you're nodding your head there quite a bit. Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think this idea of a robust simulation, as Raf said, is very much at the heart of what we're all looking for, trying for, and it's a tough thing, technically. Look at Minecraft. Minecraft, is that a robust simulation? Well, in many ways, I think it's closer to the mark than anything else we've seen. It's simple, and we may not like how it looks, but it does have a certain sense of physics and physicality to it. You know that if you click a certain number of times, one of those blocks is just going to disappear. You can keep doing that and dig a hole, etc. There's some sort of magic to that I think I agree with Raf. I think lies at the core of what we're trying to get to. And of course, the challenges of getting to it are very considerable. We've all been working on this for some time, but I'd say we're still early. The sheer amount of computation required to create something emergent or interesting at scale is still, it's big, even compared to the internet we have today.
Yeah, Frederick.
Yeah, I think
Jump in.
one of the dangers or one of the traps is to focus too much on simulations, technicality, technology. We've seen recently some unfortunately Sansar and expenses like that that's really focused on technology and graphics, etc. I don't think that's what's going to win and define the multiverse, as Philip mentioned, as Raf mentioned. I mean, you could argue MMOs even back 20 years ago had sometimes more had more of an immersive nature than most of these simulations today, right? You see Minecraft, you see Roblox, you see the way kids look at it, right? Just the same way maybe 10, 12 years ago, some people in the gaming industry were very, very negatively reacting against social games and saying they were not even games, and people who are playing them were not even gamers. And guess what, right? There were games, and they brought like a whole new definition of games on gaming, right? So I think the multiverse is going to be mostly defined by, immersion for sure. It's going to be social. It's going to be participative. It's going to be collaborative. It's going to be UGC. It's going to be very dynamic. It's going to be very malleable, very open-ended. And also, as Raf was mentioning, it's not going to be necessarily always authoritarian and top-down, right? It's the idea that the users, the players, even by using the word players, I'm using a certain definition of the metaverse. Well, the users could also have to be the creators. They have to not just participate and consume, but also change things around. And Raf mentioned the classroom, or by the fact that I'm moving a desk, I've been creating something different, a new experience for the next person who comes in. So I think it's going to be as much a mental construct in some ways, just like if you ask any kid, right, that when they play Roblox, Minecraft, for them it is a world, it is their world. They don't care about the graphics, the abusive nature of some of these services that trying to monetize 7-year-olds, etc. So I think it's going to be mostly that. If you focus too much on the technology, you end up with like something that appeals to just a very small niche of the same people that are in this room, right? So I think it's going to be much more open than we think, and maybe even simpler in some ways.
Yeah.
I mean, does this get us? And Ralph, I'll come to you in 1 second, but I guess just to throw it out there. I mean, so we're having a top-down and bottoms-up discussion. We're talking about how alive this world. We're talking about physics and so on, and which implies to some extent that things will be set in motion and need to be allowed to play their course. But I guess one question for all you guys is, wherever you come out on that spectrum, what's going to get everybody into this world in the first place, and how much of that is going to be determined by where you fall on that balance of top down or bottom up? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's some combination. But ultimately, like, is this field of dreams? And if you build this world, everybody will come. And can we believe in today's day and age, where with the competition on people's time that they have, that we can just build something interesting and expect people to populate it? Or how are we going to get them there? And why is it going to be critical that they spend a meaningful amount of their time in it? I don't know who wants to jump into that. Well, I cut you off, Raf. So maybe if you want to jump in, to that one, and then we'll go around.
Sure. Yeah, I think I'll do it by taking off on a point that Frederick made. I think if we look right now at the best exemplars of simulation permitting that kind of growing behavior from bottoms up or top down, okay, I think that's important. It actually probably is Minecraft and Roblox. So we aren't talking about high fidelity graphics, no pun intended, Philip. Right? It's because, and actually I bet Philip agrees with me on this, high fidelity is more about the plausibility of the environment than it is about the resolution of textures or anything like that, right? Immersion is not necessarily driven by realism, right? And so Minecraft is incredibly immersive. At the same time, personally, I tried doing. I had a startup that started with pure bottom up, and but the internet was largely built by pure bottom up. but I also see that there's a very strong trend in even bottom-up scenarios to kind of aggregate into top-down clusters that then end up broadcasting to the rest of us, right? When things get really popular, they end up at top-down forms. And today, Roblox, in a lot of ways, is driven by a set of top creators. Roblox started out with no IP in particular. Today, they're toys based on individual creators' worlds that are now new top-down structures that have emerged inside the framework, right? So the top-down control that a platform builder exercises in some ways is defining those simulation rules in the first place. So Minecraft was born as a game about the blocks. Users then started modifying it, changing it, extending it, and basically have now kind of metaversed it, right, out into something larger. But the level of accessibility that the simulation provided, because it was something as simple as snapping blocks together, stacking blocks, and so on, provided a really easy entry point, right? I just watched a really wonderful documentary on the history of Lego that focused incredibly on how powerful the simple idea of small things that come together to interact in lots of ways. Minecraft is a bottoms-up simulation, but it's a top-down entertainment product, and it led with that foot. So there's sort of an interesting tension there. I think the answer is not going to be ever as straightforward as just bottoms up or just top down, right? Bottoms up systems generate top down organisms. Top down organisms generate bottoms up modding. There's a dynamic there, and it has so much more to do with the current market environment, what users you can get, who your early adopters are, and so on, in terms of how it exactly develops from there.
I mean, Philip, you created Second Life, which remains today a very actively engaged and profitable virtual world. It's also probably the most bottoms up of any of the ideas that we're going to talk about today, I would think. And so there's one, I guess, where it's certainly endured. It exists today, and it's a very important place for the citizens of Second Life who spend a tremendous amount of time in there and money in there.
Yeah.
Do you think that, though, like in looking back at it, do you think that the reason why it never reached the scale that at one point it looked like it might be able to achieve, was it that it didn't get enough of the top down sort of approach into it, or it was maybe skewed a little too far on the bottoms up UGC side?
Sure. I mean, I think Second Life and Roblox were driven, one important topic that I'm sure we'll get to, they were driven by an economy. There was an opportunity both kind of in the mind in the early stage, and then literally in the later stages, there was an opportunity for the content creators that were trying to do these top-down things, as Raf was saying, to sort of specifically imagine that they might build a real business around them. And so Second Life's like $600 million in kind of gross domestic product today, of which people make, and this was true with Roblox as well, at similar numbers. Somewhere between like $50 and $100 million that they sort of take out of the system every year. So there's enough of it there, and with respect to economy, that you have to regard it as a significant modifier of the growth of the system. I think that, so I think in an economic sense, Second Life was very bottoms up. People felt as if they got, an allocation of land quite literally and could start building on it and see what came of that. From a simulation perspective, like we were saying, personally myself, I feel like there's still a lot more magic we can work around these worlds. I think that idea of things being interactive in a predictable way, there's a difference between. I noticed Frederick I don't know who else noticed this. Frederick just smoothly shifted into saying multiverse, but Matt was talking about metaverse. And those two words have both been used quite a bit lately. Matt has written, we've all written about it. That's a fascinating thing in terms of this bottom down, top up, right? That those two words seem to mean something different. I'm not even sure exactly what we all mean when we say that, but multiverse feels more like the idea that there are multiple different places that are somehow wired together, like websites or something, where a metaverse, I think originally was more this idea of what is the common bottom up, or what is the common low level architecture that we can define. I have to say, as somebody who's thought about that, my whole career now, It's a tough problem. There's no. I don't think there's a strict right answer to these things.
Yeah, I mean, Frederick, we've seen many of us for sure. By the time this airs, will have seen the trailer, the alpha trailer for Core. I mean, what's going on there exactly? And we may be able to pipe it in here so that people can see it when this airs again. But in that trailer, I mean, it looks to me like you have a variety of maps, and I know enough about the company to know that that those are user-generated maps, and you're providing the tools to people to be able to do that. But it appears that portals are opening, and in real time. And again, I don't know if this is the trailer or this is meant to be what the experience is gonna actually be like. But it seems like people are jumping real time with no load. Right from one map into another map, which implies a lot of things, pretty interesting technological things going on. Tell us a bit about that, and to what extent is that going to be your multiverse, your first pass at enabling these worlds?
So first off, thanks for the cue, but it's real. Like, that's what you're saying behind me, right? Like, it's the trailer is not an artificial construct. It's an actual representation of what is possible on Core. The way it was architectured is to allow this immediacy of creation, right? This immediacy of publishing, sharing the content, collaborating on the content, but also experiencing it and playing it, right? So you can do things super fast in terms of creation, collaboration, iteration, like blazingly fast, right? And then you can publish to the players, the user, and then they can play those games almost within 2 or 3 seconds. And in turn, they can go from world to world in a matter of seconds, just like you would from one video to another on YouTube or one stream to another on Twitch, right? And I think going back to what Philippe and metaverse versus multiverse, I think we can spend lots of time talking about the difference. More like a mental construct that we're going to allow the users, the creators, the players to build themselves, change it. Early on, the way we architecture Core was mostly based on best practices we had seen and used as game makers. It needs to be the same client for the creators, the players on the servers, that the definition files are, the games are these super small definition files. And one thing leading to another, what I portals, just like hyperlinks, right? And we thought we had solved it. And then for users,